There's someone listening right now in the quiet dark, and I'm glad you're here. If you've found your way to these stories before, or if tonight is your first time settling in with us, I want you to know this is a space made for you, for the part of you that finds comfort in the strange and unsettling when the world outside has finally gone to sleep. I'm Mr. Dantello, and tonight we're exploring ghosts and haunted places. Those spaces where something lingers, something that shouldn't be there, something that keeps moving through rooms long after the people who built those rooms have gone. We have 4 stories waiting for you. The first is about an attic where someone still folds clothes from your closet, moving through that space with purpose you can't explain. Then we'll move into an inherited kitchen where meals prepare themselves at dawn, as if some old routine never learned to end. After that, a hallway mirror that shows doorways downstairs that simply don't exist when you turn around to look. And finally, we'll explore what it means to keep finding yesterday's diary entries written in tomorrow's ink, the unsettling mystery of words that arrive before they're ever thought. If you've been enjoying these stories, please do leave a like and subscribe. It means more than you know, and it helps others find their way here when they need it most. Now, get yourself comfortable. Find a position that feels right. Pull something warm close if you need it, and let everything else fall away for a while. Before we begin, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from tonight? And what time is it where you are? Now, let's begin with our first story. Story 1. The attic where someone still folds clothes from my closet. The cedar in the attic smells like my grandmother's old hope chest, and I've never been able to decide if that's comforting or unsettling. I found that out on a Saturday in late September, 6 months after I'd moved into the house. The attic had been my dumping ground since I arrived. Boxes of clothes I couldn't quite throw away. A lamp that didn't work in any room I'd tried. Some books that had shifted around so many times I wasn't sure which city I'd bought them in. I'd been meaning to organize it all, or at least pretend I might. But like most unfinished intentions, it had simply settled into the corners of my thoughts and stayed there. That morning, I needed something specific. A cardigan. Cream-colored, oversized, the kind that used to belong on my shoulders when I was still the type of person who owned things that didn't serve a practical purpose. I'd packed it away months ago, knowing it didn't fit my life anymore, but knowing also that I couldn't bear to donate it. So there it was, somewhere in the attic's careful chaos. The pull-down stairs creaked when I lowered them, the same groan they made every time, as if the attic was waking reluctantly. The light at the top was just a bare bulb on a pull chain, and the stairs themselves were narrow and steep enough to require genuine attention. I took them slowly, one hand on the wall. The attic opened up into a space I still hadn't quite mapped mentally. It ran the full length of the Victorian house's upper story, with thick wooden beams that angled down toward the edges, creating a narrow corridor along the walls. The single circular window, a porthole really, positioned at the front of the house, let in a weak afternoon light that barely penetrated the accumulated dust and dimness. Strings of storage hung from the ceiling, and shadows pooled in the corners where the eaves came down lowest. I stood at the top of the stairs for a moment, letting my eyes adjust. The boxes were where I'd left them, most of them. My old futon frame was still disassembled in its corner. The lamp still broken. But something about the arrangement felt slightly different, and I couldn't immediately say what. I walked toward the far end where I'd stacked the clothing boxes, 3 of them, sealed with the same brown tape I'd used when I'd packed them at my previous apartment. The first box was open. That was the detail that actually registered. Not dramatically open, not torn or violated. The flaps were simply folded back, and inside my clothes were visible. I'd packed them carelessly that last time I moved. I remembered stuffing things in without much consideration of order or care. But now, looking at the contents, they were folded, properly folded. Not haphazardly the way I might have attempted in an optimistic hour, but actually carefully arranged, shirts in one section, sweaters in another, everything stacked in neat rectangles. I stood there, processing this. The dust motes drifted lazily in the light from the small window. The air was still. There was no sound in the attic except the faint settling of the old house itself. Those tiny creaks that old wood makes when it's cooling or shifting with the time of day. I reached down and touched one of the sweaters. It was one I recognized, a navy blue merino wool thing I'd owned for years. Someone had folded it so that the sleeves lay flat against the body, creating a perfect rectangle. Someone had taken the time. "That's odd," I said aloud. My voice sounded thin in the attic's quiet. I wasn't one of those people who talk to themselves often, but sometimes when I was confused or trying to process something. Words came out anyway. Did I do this? I hadn't. I knew I hadn't. I remembered how I'd packed the last time, hurried, frustrated with myself for accumulating so much, just pushing things in and taping the box shut. And this had been 6 months ago. 6 months of me not opening these boxes, just storing them here while I figured out what I actually wanted to keep. I opened the second box. These were folded too. Jeans, mostly some casual pants. The waistbands were all aligned in the same direction, the legs extended uniformly. I'd owned some of these clothes for years. Wearing them had become a kind of armor in their own way, comfortable, familiar, broken in at the knees and the hips in the exact shape of my body. The third box was still sealed, just as I'd left it. I stared at the tape, at the marker where I'd written clothes, summer in my own handwriting, the pen pressing hard enough that you could feel the indentation if you ran your finger over it. I didn't open it. I stood there instead, trying to think of logical explanations. Had I done this myself and simply forgotten? That seemed unlikely, but it was possible. I'd been in the attic a few times since moving in, hadn't I? I couldn't actually recall the last time I'd been up there. The thought was disquieting. Or had someone else been in my attic? The moment the question formed, I felt stupid for thinking it. Of course, no one else had been in here. The house was locked. I'd lived alone since arriving. No roommates, no visitors staying over, no one with access except me. The previous owner was long gone, and the realtor had cleared out years ago. There was no logical reason for another person to be folding my clothes in my attic, except someone had. I climbed back down the stairs feeling less certain than when I'd come up. The cardigan could wait. I closed the attic door behind me. That small rectangle of darkness sealing itself off again, and stood in the upstairs hallway for a moment, listening to the house. Old houses are always full of sound if you listen for it. Pipes settling, wood shifting, the whisper of air through gaps in the walls, but it's a different kind of sound than what people usually expect. Nothing dramatic, just the quiet conversation of a building with itself. I didn't mention it to anyone. There was nothing to mention, really folded clothes. An explanation that was simply misplaced in my memory. But I found myself thinking about the attic at odd moments over the next few days, while making coffee, while reading at night, while trying to fall asleep. Thinking about those careful rectangles, about hands moving through my belongings, about the cedar smell and the dust, and the way that bare bulb would swing if someone pulled the chain. By the following Saturday, I talked myself into going back up. The stairs creaked the same way. The light bulb cast the same weak glow across the wooden beams and old insulation. And when I made my way to the boxes, I found that everything had shifted again. The first and second boxes were still open, their contents still folded. But now they were arranged differently. The navy sweater was in a different position. The jeans had been reorganized, sorted, I realized, by color, dark to light. All the blacks and navies in one section, the grays in the middle, the lighter denim fading toward the end. I checked the sealed third box. Still sealed, still untouched. But something about its placement seemed different, too. Had I left it at that angle? Or had someone turned it slightly? I forced myself to breathe slowly, to think. There had to be a rational explanation. Maybe I'd done this myself and genuinely forgotten. The mind can be strange, stress can create gaps. Or maybe I was misremembering how I'd originally packed. Memory isn't reliable. Everyone knows that. But I knew, with the kind of certainty that exists below rational thought, that I hadn't done this. Someone else had. Someone had come into my attic, into my locked house, into the sealed darkness of that upper space, and had folded my clothes with care. And they had come back. They had moved things around. They were still coming. I didn't know how I knew that last part, just that it felt true in a way that made my skin feel too tight. I closed the boxes carefully, as if I might disturb something by being rough with them, as if I needed to respect the order that someone else had imposed. Then I climbed back down the stairs, pulled them up after me, and didn't go back into the attic for an entire week. That week, I tried to live normally. I went to work. I made coffee. I existed in the lower rooms of the house as if the attic didn't exist, as if it were sealed away not just by a trapdoor, but by will alone. It didn't work. The first thing I noticed was how quiet the house had become. Not peaceful quiet, the kind you get when you're alone and the world feels safe. This was something different. This was the quiet of something holding its breath. Every room seemed to be listening to every other room. The hallways felt too narrow. The walls seemed closer than they had before. I told myself this was imagination, stress making the familiar strange. But on the fourth day, I noticed something small. My bedroom closet door was open. I didn't leave it open. I was certain of this. I opened it to get dressed that morning, and I'd closed it behind me. That small click of the latch was a habit so ingrained I could feel it in my muscles. But now, at dusk, it stood ajar. Just slightly. Just enough that I could see the dark line of shadow between the frame and the edge of the door. I closed it again. I stood there for a moment, my hand on the knob. The wood was cool. Everything was quiet. The next morning, it was open again. I told myself maybe I was wrong about closing it. Maybe in my distracted state, I'd only thought I'd closed it. Maybe I'd pulled it shut, but it hadn't caught properly. Old doors do that sometimes. They seem closed, but gravity and time have made them too eager to swing open. But that night, I watched. I deliberately closed the door. I listened to the latch. Then I sat on my bed, keeping my eyes fixed on that thin vertical line of shadow in the darkness. And I didn't fall asleep. At some point, I don't know exactly when, because I was fighting sleep, my mind drifting in and out of awareness, I heard something. Not a sound exactly. More like the absence of a sound. The way silence moves when something living is moving through it. The slight disturbance in the air that happens when a presence passes near. My eyes snapped open. My bedroom door was closed. The house was dark. The closet door was still closed. But I could hear my own heartbeat very clearly, and I could hear something else underneath it. Something like fabric moving. Something like the whisper of cloth against cloth. It was coming from the attic. I lay very still. The sound continued for maybe 3 minutes. Steady, deliberate, the gentle susurration of hands moving through fabric, of clothes being touched, being arranged, being folded. Then it stopped, and the silence came back, deeper and more suffocating than before. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark with the lamp off, because I didn't want to see anything, and at 3 a.m. I finally went downstairs and sat in the kitchen with all the lights on. The brightness was painful but necessary. It was proof that the normal world still existed. Light switches and electricity and the hum of the refrigerator. Things that had explanations. In the morning, I told myself I dreamed it. The mind does strange things when you're half asleep, hovering in that threshold space where reality gets thin. Maybe I'd been dreaming the whole time. The sound, the sense of presence, all of it. But my closet door was open again. That afternoon, I decided to check the attic. I didn't want to. Every cell in my body was urging me not to. But not knowing seemed worse than knowing. The uncertainty was creating a space where my imagination could flourish, and imagination is more dangerous than fact. I pulled down the ladder. I climbed into the amber light of that bare bulb. The boxes were still where I'd left them, still arranged the way I'd arranged them. But I went to the second box, the one with my folded clothes, and I opened it carefully. Everything had been reorganized again. But this time there was more organization. Not just sorting by color, but something more intricate. The sweaters were now arranged by texture. Cotton separate from wool. Cotton blends in their own neat stack. The jeans were still sorted by shade, but now each stack was rolled rather than folded. Rolled tightly, precisely, in the way that saves space in luggage. In the way someone would do if they were packing for a trip. And next to the box on the wooden floor of the attic was something I hadn't seen before. A clear glass cup, my glass cup, from my kitchen. It was empty, but there was a faint ring inside it, as if something had been sitting in it, as if someone had drunk from it, as if someone had taken it from my kitchen, brought it up into the darkness, used it, and left it there as casually as you might set it on a bedside table. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch it. The violation of it was different from the others. It was smaller in some ways, it was just a cup, but it was more immediate. It meant they'd gone downstairs. It meant they moved through my house freely. It meant I couldn't hide from this in the attic alone. The problem was bigger than one room now. I climbed back down. I went to my kitchen. The cup wasn't in the cupboard where I kept the others. It was in the dish rack, clean and dry, as if I'd used it myself and put it away. Except I hadn't. I stood in my kitchen for a long time, looking at the clean cup in the dish rack. Around me, the house ticked and settled. The refrigerator hummed, the ordinary sounds of an ordinary home, and underneath them I could feel something else. That sense of a presence that had learned to move through my space with the comfort of someone who belongs. I realized with a sickening clarity that I'd made a mistake. Coming back to the attic had been a mistake. I'd confirmed that something was happening. I'd given it acknowledgement. And in doing that, I'd made it more real. I'd given it weight and substance. But it had already had those things. It had simply been waiting for me to notice. Over the next few days, the signs became harder to dismiss. Things moved when I wasn't looking. Small things. A pen that I'd placed on my nightstand was found on the dresser. A book I was reading was moved to a different shelf. My bedroom window was open one morning, not wide, just a few inches, though I was certain I'd locked it the night before. The lock didn't show any sign of damage. It was simply open, as if someone had the key. The clothes in my dresser became disorganized without my help. I'd open a drawer and find everything rearranged, sorted again into their careful rectangles. It was meticulous work, respectful even, in its own terrible way. Nothing was damaged. Nothing was stolen. Everything was simply touched. Examined, moved, I began to understand that this was the true horror of it. Not that something was taking things from me, but that it was learning how I lived. It was studying my habits, my preferences, the way I organized my own belongings. It was becoming familiar with me. And slowly, inexorably, it was becoming familiar to me as well. By the second week, I'd stopped going to work. I'd called in, said something vague about family issues and needing time. My manager didn't push back. People are good at letting you disappear when you ask them to. I spent most of my time in the lower rooms of the house, where the presence seemed less immediate, but even there, I could feel it above me. Existing in the space between my ceiling and the roof, moving through the darkness, touching my things, breathing the same recycled air I was breathing. At night, I locked my closet door. I wrapped the knob with a belt so it couldn't turn. I told myself this was practical. This was taking action. But it was also, I knew, acknowledgement. I was no longer trying to convince myself it wasn't happening. One evening, around dusk, I heard something new. Not the sound of fabric this time, but footsteps. slow, deliberate, moving from one end of the attic to the other, back and forth, as if pacing, as if thinking, as if something up there was working through a problem. And the problem was me. I sat on my couch and I listened to the footsteps move across the space above my head. And I realized with a kind of hollow certainty that I had no idea who or what this was. I'd been assuming it was a person, someone who lived in my attic, someone who'd been there longer than I'd realized. But what if that was wrong? What if it was something else entirely? What if it had always been there, and my boxes of old clothes had simply given it something to occupy itself with? What if taking those things out of storage had woken something that had been sleeping in the darkness above me? The footsteps stopped. The silence came back, thick and suffocating. And in that silence, I understood that asking questions no longer mattered. It was here. It was in my house. And it was no longer simply existing alongside me. It was waiting for something. And I was beginning to suspect that waiting might be over. I stopped sleeping in my bedroom on the third week. I tried at first, tried to lie there in the dark and convince myself that nothing was wrong, that the house was simply old and creaked in the ways old houses do. But around 2 a.m, without fail, I would hear the closet door rattle against the belt I'd wrapped around it. Not violently, just a gentle, persistent testing, as if something was checking to see if the barrier had weakened, if I'd forgotten about it, if I might have changed my mind. The first night it happened, I lay rigid under my covers, every muscle locked. The second night, I got up and checked the belt. It was still tight. The closet door hadn't opened, but something had tried. The third night, I moved downstairs. There was a guest bedroom on the first floor, a room I'd never really used. It felt safer somehow, smaller, away from the direct path of whatever moved through the space above. I brought a blanket and a pillow, and I slept there. Though sleep wasn't really what I'd call what happened. It was more like a kind of suspension. My body would sink into the mattress, my mind would dim, and then I'd surface again as if I'd been pulled up from deep water. Each morning I'd emerge to find something new. Not in my bedroom this time, but in the living room, in the kitchen. The presence was no longer confined to the upper floors. A dish I'd left in the sink was moved to the cabinet, placed carefully on a shelf where clean dishes belonged. The hallway closet was reorganized. My winter coats hung evenly spaced. My shoes were lined up by color. It was still being respectful, still learning, still trying perhaps to show me that it understood how things should be, but it had also crossed a threshold. It was no longer staying in one place. It was moving through the entire house with an ease that suggested ownership. Familiarity, home, I began to keep my valuables with me. Not because I thought they'd be stolen, I was past that kind of fear, but because I needed to know where things were. I needed to maintain some small circle of knowledge in a place where knowledge was becoming increasingly fragmented. I carried my keys from room to room. My wallet, my phone, though I'd stopped using it. I slept with them on the nightstand beside the guest bed, a small barricade of possessions between myself and the encroaching unknown. By day, I performed a kind of inventory, I'd move through each room and document what had changed. A bottle of hand lotion moved from the bathroom to the vanity in the hall. Books reorganized on their shelves, grouped now not by the haphazard way I'd arranged them, but by height, by color, by some system that made sense to someone else. The pictures on my walls were adjusted, not crooked before, but now they hung with such precise alignment that I could see the attention that had been paid to them. Measured, studied, perfect, I found myself talking to it sometimes, not in any formal way. Just small observations I'd make aloud as I moved through the house. "You like things organized," I said once, standing in my kitchen, looking at the way my canned goods had been rearranged by size and label clarity. "I can see that. I understand that about you." The house was quiet, but the silence felt different. It felt like listening. On the 15th day, I noticed that my closet door was no longer restrained. The belt was gone, removed as carefully as it had been tied. It sat coiled on my dresser. The closet door was open just slightly, not enough to see inside, but open nonetheless. Accessible, waiting. I didn't close it. I wasn't sure anymore if closing it would matter. That night, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside the guest bedroom. Not above me, not in the attic, but here, moving past the door, pausing at the door. The floorboards creaked under deliberate weight. I held my breath. My keys and wallet were on the nightstand, and I gripped them as if they were weapons, though I knew they were no such thing. The footsteps moved on, down the hallway, into my bedroom. I heard the sound of the closet door opening, then the soft rustling of fabric, familiar and terrible. The sensation of being known, of being read like text, word by word, seam by seam. It stayed in there for a long time, long enough that the night moved forward imperceptibly, long enough that I began to wonder if this was it, if this was the moment everything changed, if whatever was happening would finally show itself. But it didn't. After what might have been an hour or might have been 3, the rustling stopped. The closet door closed with a soft click, and the footsteps returned to the hallway, pausing once again at the door to the guest bedroom. I remember thinking, in that moment, how strange it was that I could still feel fear, that my body could still tense, could still anticipate threat after all these nights of accumulating dread. The footsteps moved on, back down the hallway, back up toward the second floor, back to the attic, where I heard it move with the slow, satisfied pace of something that had accomplished something important. When morning came, I found my clothes laid out on my guest bed, every item from my closet, every piece of fabric I owned arranged with exacting care, shirts folded in neat rectangles, pants arranged by color, lightest to darkest, underwear in careful stacks, socks paired and organized. But there was something else, too, a message of sorts. My winter coat, the gray one I hadn't worn in months, was spread across the center of the arrangement. Open, displayed, and tucked into the pocket, folded into a perfect small square, was a piece of paper. I didn't want to touch it, but I did. The paper was old, yellowed at the edges. The handwriting on it was careful and precise. A woman's handwriting, I thought, though I couldn't have said why I thought that. The words themselves meant nothing to me. A name I didn't recognize, a date from 47 years ago, A series of careful notations about temperature, about how long different fabrics took to dry, about the best way to press certain materials without causing damage. At the bottom, a single sentence: everything must be cared for properly. Everything must be kept. I held that paper for a long time. I didn't cry. I didn't panic. I simply stood in the guest bedroom, surrounded by every piece of clothing I owned, arranged with a precision that spoke of endless hours of attention and care, and I understood something that I couldn't articulate. I wasn't alone in this house. I had never been alone. And whatever was here, whatever had always been here, had been waiting for someone to arrive who understood how important care could be, how much of ourselves we leave in the things we wear, how much of a life can be read in the way a person chooses to fold a shirt. I called in to work again that day. I told them I wouldn't be coming back. They asked if I was quitting, and I said something vague about it being more complicated than that. After I hung up, I stood in my kitchen and I'd listened to the sounds of the house around me, the settling of old wood, the whisper of air through walls, the soft, patient movement of something that knew this place far better than I ever would. And I realized I didn't know if I was frightened anymore or if I was simply learning the shape of something new, something that had chosen me the moment I stepped through the front door with my boxes of old clothes, something that was teaching me, slowly and deliberately, that houses are not empty spaces waiting for people to fill them. Sometimes houses are places where other people have already decided to stay. And if you're not careful, if you don't understand the rules of occupation, you might find yourself learning what it means to be kept. The weeks that followed had a strange quality to them. Not peace exactly, but something closer to a truce. I didn't move out. I'm still not entirely certain why. In those first few days after finding my clothes, I had looked up rental listings. I had called a realtor. I had even packed a suitcase. But each night, standing in my bedroom with my bag at the door, something stopped me from leaving. Not fear, precisely, something more complicated than that. It was difficult to describe to the few people I tried to tell. My sister drove up that first week, convinced I was experiencing some kind of breakdown. She walked through the house with me, opening closets, checking the corners of rooms, as if the presence that lived here would be visible in daylight. She found nothing, of course. The house was simply a house, old, slightly weathered, full of creaking wood and pale morning light filtering through aged windows. "It's fine," she kept saying. "It's completely normal. Old houses settle. Things shift." But she kept her hands in her pockets the entire time, and she wouldn't sleep here that night. She drove back the next morning, and I didn't ask her to return. The clothes I had laid out on the guest bed, I folded them myself. Eventually, it took me 3 hours. I did it slowly, carefully, trying to match whatever precision had guided the hands that had done this before me. I arranged them in my closet again, but differently than I had before. More intentionally, the way someone might arrange things if they believed they were being observed, if they believed that care mattered. The footsteps continued, but less frequently. I stopped hearing them most nights. Only occasionally Usually around midnight, I would catch the sound of movement in the hallway or a slow, measured passage from one end of the second floor to the other. It was almost as if whatever walked these halls had decided I was no longer a source of interest. Or perhaps I had simply become accustomed to the sounds in a way that made them almost invisible. I began to understand the rhythm of the house. There were doors that stuck in a particular way, certain floorboards that sang under weight, a radiator that clicked in the basement at precisely 4:47 every afternoon. Small things. The kind of things you only learn if you stay long enough to pay attention. I returned to working from home. I had been a database administrator before I inherited this place, and I found the work suited my new circumstances. I could sit at my kitchen table with my laptop and be perfectly productive, and I rarely had to leave. When I did need groceries or supplies, I found myself rushing. Not out of fear, but out of a sense that I shouldn't linger outside these walls, that my presence was required here. The letters stopped appearing after the first note, but small things began to happen with more regularity. I would find my books reorganized by height instead of by subject. I would open my refrigerator to find my food items rearranged, grouped by type and color. Once I found the kitchen chairs all pushed in at exactly the same angle to the table. These were not things that had happened by accident. I mentioned none of this to anyone. My therapist, I found one about a month in, trying to convince myself this was normal behavior, seeking professional validation, asked me if I felt afraid. I told her I didn't, and I was being honest. What I felt was observed. What I felt was the quiet certainty that every action I took was being noted, cataloged, evaluated for correctness. It was a feeling close to love. Actually, if love could be expressed through the precise arrangement of household objects, if love could be shown through attention so meticulous it bordered on obsession. The house itself began to feel less like a place I inhabited and more like a place that was learning how to accommodate me. Doors that had once stuck smoothly, swinging open at my approach. A window that had rattled in the wind now seemed sealed and silent. The attic, which had held a cold so intense I could feel it bleeding down through the ceiling. Additional middle section, the attic atmosphere, the stairs to the attic were narrow and steep, the kind that made you feel small just by ascending them. I'd climbed them dozens of times since moving in, but something about the way the light changed as I rose, dimming with each step, the air growing colder despite the summer heat below, never became familiar. The wood creaked under my weight in a pattern I'd started to recognize. 3rd step, 7th step. 11th, always the same boards gave way. The attic door was low, requiring me to duck as I pushed through it, and that act of ducking, of compressing myself, of entering a space where I couldn't stand at full height, created a strange vulnerability. My shoulders brushed the frame. The temperature drop was immediate and tangible, like stepping into another season entirely. Even in July, the attic held a quality of autumn. The smell of dust that had settled for years. The faint scent of old wood and something else, something like fabric that had been stored too long in darkness. The slanted ceiling pressed down on the right side of the space. I'd measured it once, standing with a yardstick, and found the lowest point was just under 5 feet. It made the entire attic feel cramped, despite its actual size. The floorboards up here were different from downstairs, narrower, more uneven, with gaps between them where you could see the darkness of the space below. When I walked, they gave slightly under my feet, springy and uncertain, as though the floor itself might not fully support what was on top of it. Sometimes I heard sounds from between those boards, creaks that didn't correspond to my movements, a settling that felt intentional rather than accidental. The light came from a single window at the far end, a small rectangular pane that faced north toward the tree line behind the property. It let in a quality of light that was perpetually dim, even on clear days. The glass was old, slightly warped, so the world outside looked subtly wrong, the trees bent in ways they shouldn't be, the sky a muted gray-blue even when it was bright outside. The window frame itself was swollen, warped by decades of temperature fluctuation, and the pane rattled if the wind picked up. In winter, frost collected on the inside, forming patterns that I tried not to look at too closely. My breathing sounded different in the attic. That was the first thing I'd noticed when I started spending time up there. The air felt thicker, as though sound moved through it differently. When I exhaled, I could hear it clearly, a small sound that seemed to echo in a space that shouldn't have acoustics that would produce an echo. The silence between my breaths felt significant, loaded. I found myself breathing slowly, deliberately, trying to make less noise, though I couldn't articulate to myself why I was doing that. The clothes I'd moved to the attic were stored in an old dresser, a piece of furniture that had come with the house, relegated up there years before I arrived. It was made of some dark wood that had faded to a dull brown, with 5 drawers that stuck slightly when you pulled them open. The handles were brass, tarnished green, cold to the touch even on warm days. I'd filled 3 of the drawers with summer clothes I wasn't wearing, sweaters, heavy fabrics, things I deemed seasonal and therefore appropriate for attic storage. The dresser sat against the wall beneath the window, its surface dusty, marked with rings from glasses or cups that the previous occupants had set there years ago. Those rings remained, permanent shadows in the wood. What struck me as I stood in the attic, looking at that dresser after discovering the clothes had been moved, was the quality of stillness surrounding it. The air around the furniture seemed to have a different temperature, cooler. I'd stand near it and feel the cold radiating outward, as though the dresser itself was a source of cold rather than something merely existing in a cold space. When I touched the wood, it felt damp, though never visibly wet. My fingers would come away with dust and something else, a faint smell I couldn't identify. Not decay, not quite mildew, something organic that had been undisturbed for a very long time. The floorboards directly in front of the dresser showed a wear pattern that bothered me. They were scuffed in a way that suggested repeated foot traffic, a path worn into the surface through movement back and forth. But the rest of the attic floor showed no such pattern. Dust lay thick everywhere else, undisturbed except for my own footprints. Only this small area in front of the dresser showed signs of regular use. Not a lot, not dramatic, but enough to suggest someone had been standing there, moving within that small radius, doing something that required them to return to the same spot repeatedly. The drawers themselves had a peculiar quality. When I opened them, the sound was not the smooth glide of wood on wood, but something more deliberate, as though the drawers had to be coaxed open, as though they were stiff from disuse. Yet when I closed them, they slid shut with unusual ease, falling into place with a soft click, as though weight was being applied from inside, pulling them closed. The folded clothes were perfect. That was what struck me most forcefully. The folds were precise, measured, uniform. Each item was aligned with absolute care. Sleeves folded inward at exactly the same angles. The bodies of shirts creased in ways that would require patience and attention to detail. The stacks were neat, undisturbed, nothing wrinkled or hastily arranged. These were clothes that had been treated with reverence, almost, with a kind of methodical care that felt excessive for clothes already removed from regular use. I would stand in the attic after discovering them, my hands in my pockets, my breathing shallow, and try to understand the quality of precision I was looking at. There was nothing threatening about neatly folded clothes. That was what made it so unsettling. There was nothing obviously wrong. Everything was, in fact, extremely right, almost aggressively organized, as though someone was trying to communicate something through the perfection of the arrangement. The smell of the attic intensified as I spent more time in it. It became something I could taste. Not bad exactly, but thick. A staleness that coated the back of my throat. My clothes would absorb it. I'd come downstairs smelling like old wood and dust and that unnameable organic thing, and I'd have to shower to feel normal again. Even after I changed clothes, I could smell it in my hair, faintly. A reminder that I'd been in that space, that the space had marked me. The window, that small warped pane at the far end, became something I avoided looking at directly. The way the light bent through it created distortions at the edges of my vision. If I wasn't paying attention, if I was focused on the dresser or the clothes, I'd sometimes catch movement in my peripheral vision, a shift in the patterns of light and shadow on the floor. But when I turned to look directly at the window, there was nothing. Only the warped view of the trees beyond, bent and unnatural, pressing against the glass as though trying to get in. Sometimes I'd hear sounds from the attic even when I wasn't in it. A soft noise from upstairs, a whisper of movement, the creak of a floorboard. I'd pause whatever I was doing downstairs and listen, but the sounds would fade before I could identify them. Nothing would be disturbed when I eventually went up to check. The clothes would remain exactly as they were, perfectly organized, as though whoever had arranged them had simply stopped and waited for me to find them again. The attic had a weight to it that was difficult to articulate. It wasn't just a physical space, an area of the house where old things were stored, where temperature fluctuated, where light entered at odd angles. It was a presence itself, something that occupied space beyond its square footage, something that seemed to press against the boundaries of the room, making it feel smaller than it was. When I was in the attic, I was acutely aware of the house above me, of all the physical layers between me and the outside world. The walls around me seemed closer than they should be. The ceiling pressing down felt less like a physical constraint and more like something deliberate, something that wanted me to know it was there. And always, no matter what else I noticed, no matter what else occupied my attention, I was aware of the clothes in the dresser, waiting, perfectly folded, exactly where they should not have been. Gradually became just another room. I began to notice things about the previous owner. Not through research. I never looked up the house's history, never tried to identify the presence that shared my space. I learned through the house itself, through the meticulous repairs that had been done to the walls, through the evidence in the guest closet of someone who had spent years organizing and reorganizing the same small collection of garments, through a marked preference for order that was so deep and so constant that it seemed less like a habit and more like a fundamental belief system. Somewhere, long ago, someone had learned that keeping things was a form of love. That organization was a way of saying, I remember. That if you folded a shirt correctly, with full intention and care, it meant you were honoring the person who had worn it. I found myself following the rules I had gradually inferred. I kept the kitchen organized by the system that seemed to be expected. I folded my clothes with intention. I dusted the surfaces in the living room with the same careful attention I might have given to something precious. It felt strange at first, this partnership with an invisible presence, but gradually it began to feel like the most natural thing in the world. The footsteps grew fainter as autumn turned to winter. By December, I barely heard them at all. Occasionally, on very quiet nights, I might catch the faint sound of movement in the hallway, but it was distant now. Patient, as if we had reached some kind of understanding. I don't know what would happen if I tried to leave. I've thought about it. I've imagined packing my things and driving away from this place. But I've never quite gotten around to doing it, and I'm no longer certain I want to. There's a comfort here that I've never experienced anywhere else, a sense that someone has noticed the specific details of my life and has determined that they are worth preserving. Last week, I bought a new sweater, a gray one, very soft. I was folding it to put it away when I realized the fold was being guided by something other than my own hands. Not controlled, I could have stopped at any moment, I think, but gently encouraged. Shown the correct way, the precise way. The sweater sits in my drawer now, folded perfectly, alongside all my other clothes, which I maintain with a care that borders on ritual. And sometimes, late at night, when the house is very still and I'm in that space between waking and sleeping, I hear something, not footsteps, something quieter, the soft whisper of fabric being touched, the almost inaudible sound of hands smoothing wrinkles from cloth, the sound of someone running their fingers along the seams, checking for imperfection, the sound of someone who has been here far longer than I have, who has learned to love this place through the only language they know, the meticulous care of small, fragile things. And I find that I don't want to stop it, that perhaps I never did. Story 2. The inherited kitchen where meals prepare themselves at dawn. The wood stove ticks as it cools, a sound like something contracting back into itself. I've heard it 100 times since moving in, but it's different at 4 in the morning. I came downstairs because I couldn't sleep. Not insomnia, exactly. More like that shallow, suspended state where your eyes keep opening without your permission, and you eventually give up and accept it. The house was cold. All these old places are cold before dawn, as if they let go of the day's warmth deliberately, testing who stays and who leaves. The kitchen is the only room I've really made my own since arriving last year. Most of the house remains in that careful state between abandoned and inhabited, furniture covered or shoved into corners, curtains drawn, surfaces you don't quite want to touch. But the kitchen, with its high ceiling and the original cast-iron stove along the western wall, with the long wooden table that must have fed generations, felt like a place where things still happened. Real things. Necessary things. I'd made coffee. Just the routine of it, measuring grounds, filling the percolator, setting it on the stovetop. The motions were meditative enough to quiet my mind, and I sat at the table, watching the sky through the window above the sink begin its slow shift from black to gray, cradling a cup between my palms. That's when I smelled it. Not coffee. Something else underneath. Yeast, maybe, and warmth. The ghost smell of baking bread, though no one had been in this kitchen since I'd locked every door at midnight. I'm certain of that. I'm a practical person. I check locks. I check them twice, especially in an old house you're still learning, especially alone. I set the cup down. The sound was louder than I expected, ceramic on wood, and I felt stupid immediately, as if I needed to be quiet, as if something might hear me. But there was nothing to see. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it. No mess, no evidence of activity. The pantry door, a heavy wooden panel that I've always meant to fix because it doesn't quite sit flush, was closed. The windows were closed. The back door, which leads out toward what used to be the orchards, was still locked. I checked it anyway, twisting the deadbolt twice to be sure. The smell lingered, real enough that I could almost taste it, that almost sour undertone beneath the sugar and butter and grain. I knew the smell of fresh bread. I'd made it myself growing up. My mother's recipe. Though I hadn't bothered in the months since the estate lawyer handed me the keys to this place. Too much effort for one person. Too much quiet time to think while waiting for dough to rise. I poured the coffee down the sink and went back upstairs. It's possible I dreamed the smell. That's what I told myself as I lay in bed, listening to the house settle around me. The creaks and sighs that are normal in a structure this old, this heavy with history. I'd inherited the farmhouse from a distant relative I'd met exactly twice, some great uncle's wife's cousin, removed by enough generations that our connection was almost academic. The lawyers had located me because I was the last person in the family tree with no address, no permanent place. I'd been between jobs, between cities, between versions of myself. The house had seemed like a good place to stop. It's a good house. Victorian, set back from the main road, with weathered blue siding and a porch that wraps around 3 sides. There's a turret on one corner that serves no practical purpose, just a relic of the time when such things mattered. Inside, the bones are excellent. Real hardwood floors under old carpet, plaster ceilings, windows that rattle but still work. The kind of place that would be valuable if someone cared enough to restore it properly. I'd been caring, slowly, mostly the kitchen, mostly small repairs, replacing a few rotten boards in the pantry floor, getting the stove working, unclogging the sink. I'd imagined living here a while, 5 years maybe, long enough to bring the place back to something like life, then sell it to someone with more money and patience than I had. The bread smell was a small thing, easily explained away, but it came back the next morning. I was awake earlier this time, just as the darkness was loosening, that period before actual sunrise when you can't quite call it light, but you can't call it night anymore. I was sitting at the kitchen table with terrible instant oatmeal I'd made myself, already cold in its bowl, when I noticed something I know, with absolute certainty, I had not left on the counter. There was a loaf of bread sitting on the cutting board, not a hallucination, not a memory. An actual loaf, round, the color of deep honey, with a score mark down the center that suggested it had just come from the oven. A towel, cream-colored linen, was draped underneath it. The towel was warm. I touched it without thinking, and it was warm. I don't remember moving to the counter, but I must have, because I was standing there looking at this bread, and my hands were shaking in a way that seemed disproportionate to what I was seeing. A loaf of bread, in an empty kitchen where I lived alone, where I had every door locked. The smell was coming from this bread, that same yeast and butter smell from the morning before, but now so strong it was almost overwhelming. I could taste it at the back of my throat, could almost feel the texture of it against my fingers before I actually touched it. When I did touch it, it was real. Slightly firm on the outside, soft underneath. The kind of bread that's been cooling for 10, maybe 15 minutes. The kind of bread that had been baked in this house's oven. In this kitchen where no one had baked anything in at least a year. I checked the stove. It was cool. Not just cool, cold, the way an old stove gets when it hasn't been used in hours. The inside was dark and empty. There was no flour on the counter, no bowl, no sign that anyone had been working. The pantry door was still not quite flush with its frame, but closed. Nothing was disturbed. I threw the bread away. Not into the regular garbage. I walked it out to the bin behind the house, where I couldn't see it from the windows, and I covered it with a paper bag so I wouldn't have to look at it later. It felt important to do this, though I couldn't have explained why. I told myself it was a prank. Someone with a key. Maybe a neighbor. Maybe someone who'd known the previous owner. An elaborate welcome to the rural community. The kind of thing that seemed possible but somehow, in the moment, deeply was not. No one knew me here. No one had reason to do this. I told myself I'd left something in the oven the day before, and I was confabulating the memory. That I'd actually made the bread and forgotten about it. But I knew that wasn't true. I would remember making bread. I would remember the time spent on it, the attention. That's the kind of thing that anchors itself in your day. The third morning, I stayed awake deliberately. I made a pot of coffee at 11 at night. Strong coffee, black, the kind that tastes like what it is. I sat at the kitchen table with a book I wasn't really reading, turning pages at regular intervals so it would feel productive. The house around me was quiet in the way old houses are quiet. Not silence exactly, but a kind of muted susurration. The refrigerator humming, the pipes ticking, the wood settling, everything alive in its small way. Nothing happened for hours. I drank coffee and read. I checked the locks twice. I tried to not think about the bread, or the smell or the way my hands had shaken. Tried to focus on the rational things, the inspector's report from months ago, the list of repairs I'd already completed, the plans for the roof next spring. Around 3:30, I heard the water. It was a soft sound, almost apologetic, the water from the kitchen tap running slowly, as if someone had turned the handle with intention but not strength. I looked up from my book. The tap was running. Just barely, just enough that the water fell in a thin stream into the sink. The kitchen around it was still empty. I stood, but slowly, not fearfully, not yet. Mostly curious in a way that felt like it was happening to someone else. I watched the water run for what might have been 30 seconds, and then it stopped. The handle turned back on its own, that's what it looked like, though I know that's impossible. It just went off. And then the sound of a cabinet door. It was very quiet, the kind of sound you might not hear unless you were listening for it. And I was listening for it by then. One of the lower cabinets, the ones where I'd stored the old cast iron pans that came with the house. I could hear the hinges, they needed oil, and then something being moved, something heavy. And then the cabinet door closed again. Gently, I walked over to that cabinet and opened it. The pans were still there, the same ones I'd found and arranged, iron gray and cool to the touch. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. But one of the larger pans, the flat skillet I'd cleaned up a month ago, was slightly forward in the stack, as if someone had just set it back down. When I put my hand on it, it was warm. Not hot, not fresh from being used, but warm in the way a piece of metal gets warm when it's been near heat, when it's been handled. My heart was doing something complicated in my chest, something rapid and irregular that made me feel both alert and wrong. I went back to my book, or I sat back down at the table with it. I don't remember actually reading anything else that night, though I must have sat there for a few more hours, because the sky moved from deep blue-black to that suspended gray, and then to the gray-gold of actual approaching dawn. The kind of light that makes you believe the world is going to keep turning, that impossible things might still have logical explanations. This time, I was watching when the sound came, the sound of movement, something in the pantry, the rustle of paper, containers being shifted. It happened on the other side of the door, the one that didn't quite sit flush. I could see the sliver of the dark pantry space beyond it, but I couldn't see into it. Not the way I was positioned, not without getting up, moving, doing something. I stayed very still. I didn't breathe much. The sound stopped. The kitchen held that quality of held breath tension, That sense of presence that exists right before something happens, or right after something has already happened and you haven't quite caught up to it yet. And then, slowly, the pantry door opened. Not wide. Just enough. Maybe 6 inches. Just enough that I could see the shelf immediately inside. The rows of canning jars that had come with the house. The old tins and containers. The door opened, and then it paused, as if someone on the other side was checking to see if I was looking. Then it closed again, soft and final. I waited. I waited a long time. But nothing else happened. No bread appeared this time. No smell other than the usual smell of an old kitchen, dust, old wood. A faint undertone of salt and iron from the stove. When it was clear enough to see properly, actual morning, I walked to the pantry and opened that door. The inside was dim, lit only by the one small window at the far end that looks out toward the old barn. Everything was in order, the same as it had been. But I stood in the doorway anyway, looking at the shelves, at the floorboards I'd replaced last summer, at the corners where shadows gathered. I was trying to figure out what I'd just witnessed. And I was trying not to think about the alternative, that I hadn't witnessed anything, that I'd been sitting in my kitchen hallucinating doors opening, hearing water, hearing sounds of movement in empty spaces. That thought was worse, somehow, than any other explanation. I didn't leave the house that day. I told myself it was practical. There were gutters to clean, cabinet hinges that needed replacing, the usual maintenance of an old place that was, slowly, becoming mine. But the truth was simpler. I wanted to watch. The kitchen during daylight looked different. Ordinary, the morning light came through the east window in that particular way it does in late autumn, almost horizontal, catching dust particles and making them visible. I could see every surface clearly, the worn countertop, the old enamel sink, the refrigerator I'd inherited along with everything else. There was nothing mysterious about it, nothing that suggested anything happened here beyond the normal life of a house. But I stayed anyway. By afternoon, I'd settled into the rhythm of it. I made coffee. I cleaned the stovetop. I organized some of the lower cabinets, removing items I didn't recognize, serving dishes, specialty pans, things that belonged to whoever had lived here before me. A woman named Catherine, according to the will. I'd never met her. She'd been old when she died, 78, and the house had been in her family for 4 generations. The closest living relative, me, had inherited it, along with this kitchen that seemed to have its own opinions about things. Around 3 o'clock, I noticed the bread. It was on the counter near the sink, sitting in the spot where I'd made my lunch that morning. A loaf, half wrapped in butcher paper. I knew with absolute certainty that I hadn't taken any bread out. I'd made a sandwich from the box of crackers I'd brought with me, the only food I'd brought into the house that first day. I approached it slowly, as if sudden movement might startle it. The bread was fresh, not warm, but not cold either. The crust had that particular texture of something made recently, made carefully. It smelled like sourdough, like fermentation and salt and thyme. I picked it up and felt its weight. It was dense, substantial, This wasn't something from the grocery store. This was handmade, the kind of thing that took days to prepare. I set it down and stepped back. The kitchen was completely silent. The house around me was the way old houses are in afternoon, creaking softly, settling, the normal sounds of wood and plumbing and age. Nothing that suggested presence. Nothing that suggested anything had happened at all. I made myself a cup of tea and sat at the kitchen table with a book I wasn't reading. The bread sat on the counter. I kept glancing at it, waiting for something, for it to move, to change, to do something that would explain this. But bread, of course, just sat there. It was bread. It couldn't explain itself. By the time dusk fell, I was hungry enough that the explanation seemed to matter less. Someone had left me fresh bread. Maybe there was a logical reason. Maybe someone still had a key. Maybe the real estate agent had arranged something and forgotten to mention it. These explanations didn't feel true, but they felt possible, which was something. I sliced the bread and tasted it. It was exceptional, the kind of bread that was worth the time it took to make. There was a settled tang to it, notes of something fermented and complex. I stood at the counter and ate 3 slices standing up, which felt rude somehow, though there was no one to be rude to. The kitchen was empty. It had always been empty. That night I slept in the bedroom upstairs, the one Catherine had slept in. The mattress was old, but the sheets were clean. I'd changed them the first day. I lay awake for hours anyway, listening to the house settle, listening to sounds I couldn't identify, sounds that might have been the wind or the house shifting or nothing at all. Around 2 a.m, I heard water running, just for a moment. The sound of the tap in the kitchen sink, clear and unmistakable, coming up through the floorboards. Then it stopped. I waited to hear a cabinet open, footsteps, something to explain the sound. Nothing came. I didn't go downstairs to check. I already knew what I would find. Everything silent, the sink dry, no evidence that anything had happened. Instead, I lay in Catherine's bed and listened to my own breathing and tried not to think too hard about what was becoming clear. The next morning brought a different kind of evidence. I came downstairs expecting the kitchen to be as I'd left it. Instead, the table was set. 1 place, 1 bowl, 1 spoon. The bowl contained oatmeal, still steaming slightly, studded with something dark. I wasn't sure what. Not at first. Nuts, maybe, dried fruit. There was a small cup of coffee beside it, black, exactly how I'd made it yesterday, exactly how I'd seen myself drinking it. I stood in the kitchen doorway for a long time. The oatmeal was warm. The coffee was warm. Both had been made recently. Both were waiting for me to sit down and eat them. I didn't sit down. Instead, I walked directly to the stovetop and looked inside. Cold to the counter where the bread had been. Empty to the cabinet where I kept the oats. The ones I'd bought 3 days ago. The only food I'd brought into this house. The box was open. A portion of it was gone. Someone had made me breakfast. Someone or something had used my oats and my kitchen and had prepared a meal that was now sitting on Catherine's table, waiting for me to sit down and consume it. I left it there. I went back upstairs and changed my clothes and got in my car and drove to the town 12 miles away and bought a hotel room for one night. I didn't think about the house while I was gone. I made myself not think about it. But when I came back the next morning, unable to stay away any longer, the bowl was gone, and the table was clean, and the kitchen smelled like it had been recently wiped down. Over the next week, the pattern established itself. Each morning brought something. Some mornings it was food, fresh fruit, a pastry, eggs cooked a particular way that Catherine must have preferred. Other mornings it was evidence of work. The windows in the kitchen were clean one day, so clean I could see straight through them without any blur, any fingerprints, any sign they'd been cleaned. The cabinet doors had been organized, arranged so the most used items were at the most convenient height. A loose board in the floor, one I'd been meaning to fix, had been nailed down so tightly I couldn't move it with my hands. And always there were the small sounds at night. The running water. The soft opening and closing of doors. Once the sound of something being ground, flour, maybe, or grain. I began to understand that whatever this was, it happened while I slept. It happened in the hours when the house was dark and I was vulnerable to not quite believing what I was experiencing. I started staying awake. I sat in the darkened kitchen at 2 and 3 in the morning, waiting, listening. The sounds would come anyway. That same deliberate quality of movement, that sense of presence and intention. But I never saw anything. The sounds would come from the pantry or from the far corner of the kitchen or from somewhere beyond my ability to perceive them, and then they would stop. And when I turned on the light, everything was unchanged. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. One night I tried calling out, just my voice, tentative, into the dark kitchen. "I can hear you," I said. The sound stopped immediately. The silence that followed was so complete it seemed to have texture, seemed to press against me. And then very clearly I heard the pantry door open. I didn't move. I was too afraid of what would happen if I tried to see. I sat in the dark and listened to that open door, listening to what I somehow knew was presence on the other side of it. Someone, something, was waiting to see if I would get up, was waiting to see if I was brave enough or foolish enough to cross the kitchen and look. I wasn't. I closed my eyes and waited until the door closed again. Soft and final. In the morning, I made myself coffee and sat at the table where Catherine had sat for probably decades. The kitchen around me was full of evidence of care. Everything was clean. Everything was placed with intention. Somewhere in this house lived something that understood routine, that understood the comfort of ritual, that understood how to take care of another person. I just had no idea if it was taking care of me because it wanted to, or because it was required to, or because in its understanding of living here, I had become part of what needed to be maintained, like the house itself, like the generations of people who had lived within these walls, like something that understood very clearly that I wasn't leaving. The realization came on a Tuesday morning when I found the letter. I hadn't gone looking for it. I was reorganizing the desk in what I assumed had been Catherine's study, a room I'd avoided until then, one that felt too intimate with her absence. The desk was old mahogany, scarred at the corners with a leather surface that had aged into something soft and permeable. I was moving stacks of papers when I found the envelope pressed between the desk and the wall, as if someone had deliberately placed it where only thorough searching would reveal it. The envelope was cream-colored, expensive, addressed in handwriting that seemed to age before my eyes, to whoever comes after me. My hand shook as I opened it. The letter inside was dated 17 years ago. The handwriting was Catherine's. I recognized it from documents I'd found since moving in. But what disturbed me wasn't the age of the letter or the precise penmanship. It was the postscript at the bottom, written in ink of a different color, dated just 3 years later. It's still here. I thought it would stop. I thought if I ignored it, if I accepted it, if I learned to live alongside it would eventually tire of me. But that's not how it works. It doesn't tire. It doesn't rest. It only understands devotion. And beneath that, in handwriting so shaky it was nearly illegible, I can't leave. I don't know how to leave anymore. I read the letter 3 times, standing motionless in that study before I could make myself understand what I was holding. Catherine had known. Catherine had documented it. And Catherine eventually had stopped trying to fight whatever this was. I spent that night in the study, the letter on the desk in front of me, trying to decipher Catherine's own account of her experiences. The main body of the letter was written in a controlled, almost clinical tone, a woman documenting phenomena, trying to rationalize the irrational. She described finding made beds after she'd left them unmade, meals prepared exactly to her preferences, tasks completed in the night hours. She described the sounds. She described learning over time what seemed to be the entity's rhythms, its patterns, its preferences. She described a presence that, while unseen, seemed to understand her better than she understood herself. But the postscripts told a different story. With each added note, the desperation grew more apparent. The handwriting deteriorated. The intervals between entries became longer, as if Catherine was struggling to bring herself to record what was happening to her. It knows my schedule now. It anticipates what I'll need before I need it. This should be comforting. Why does it feel like being known is the most terrifying thing that can happen to a person? I tried to leave 3 days ago. I had my bags packed. The car was running. I made it as far as the gate before I found myself turning back. I couldn't explain why. My body simply wouldn't go farther. Whatever this is, it's not holding me here with chains. It's something subtler. It's woven itself into the way I live, into the way I move through this space. I can't extract myself without leaving a part of myself behind. I've stopped trying to see it. What's the point? It sees me. That's enough. That has to be enough. I didn't sleep that night. As dawn approached, I sat in the study and listened to the sounds of the house waking. The kitchen was far enough away that I couldn't hear detail, only the suggestion of movement, that same deliberate, methodical quality that had become familiar to me over the past week. But now the sounds felt different. Now they felt like the actions of something that was waiting, something that had learned I knew. By afternoon, I was in the car. I didn't pack. I didn't leave a note. I just drove, hands gripping the wheel too tightly, eyes fixed on the road ahead. I told myself I would drive until I felt normal again, until the sensation of being watched, of being known, faded from the back of my neck. I made it 40 miles before the car began to feel wrong. Not mechanical wrong. The engine ran smoothly. The steering was responsive. But the air inside the vehicle felt thick, felt occupied. The temperature fluctuated between warm and cold, and I began to notice small things, a smell like the kitchen at dawn, like flour and steam. The passenger seat cushion was warm, as if someone had been sitting there. The radio, which I hadn't turned on, was playing softly, a station I didn't remember selecting, playing a song I didn't recognize, but that somehow felt familiar in a way that made my skin crawl. I pulled over at a rest stop and sat in the car with the doors locked, trying to convince myself that I was having a panic attack, that my mind was playing tricks on me after reading Catherine's letter. But the smell remained. The radio kept playing, and in the rearview mirror I could have sworn I saw the shadow of something shift in the back seat, though when I turned to look directly, there was nothing there. It took me 20 minutes to force myself back onto the road. I drove faster, recklessly, pushing the speed limit until the highway became a blur. But it didn't matter how fast I went. The presence in the car came with me. It had no trouble keeping pace. I made it as far as a small town, maybe 50 miles from Catherine's house, before I found myself pulling off the main road and toward a motel. I didn't want to. My conscious mind was screaming at me to keep driving, to get farther away, to find some distance between myself and that house. But my hands were turning the steering wheel. My foot was pressing the brake. I was walking into the motel office before I could fully understand what I was doing. The woman at the desk looked at me without curiosity, as if exhaustion had long since burned away her capacity for judgment. She slid me a key to room 7, and I paid cash. The room was dim and smelled like other people's defeats. I sat on the bed and tried to call a friend, but when I looked at my phone, I realized I had no one to call. Or rather, I had people, several of them, but the thought of explaining what was happening filled me with a shame so profound that I couldn't bring myself to dial. Instead, I sat in the dark and waited. The sounds began around midnight, not the sounds of the motel, other guests, the ambient noise of a failing establishment. Different sounds, familiar sounds. Water running in the bathroom. Something opening and closing with that careful, deliberate quality. The sound of things being arranged, moved, organized. The sounds of presence in a space I knew was otherwise empty. And I understood, sitting there in the dark of room 7, that Catherine's postscript had been a warning I'd failed to comprehend. The entity wasn't bound to the house. The house was just where it had learned to be, had accumulated its understanding of care and routine and the deep satisfaction of maintaining another person's existence. But it had come from somewhere, and it had attached itself to Catherine, and when Catherine died, I suddenly realized with absolute certainty Catherine had died in that house, it hadn't disappeared. It had simply waited. And then I had moved in. I got up and drove back to Catherine's house in the dark. The drive was only an hour, but it felt much longer. The presence in the car was almost restful now, as if my surrender had calmed it. The radio played that unfamiliar song the whole way. By the time I pulled into the driveway, the house was beginning to take on the subtle changes of approaching dawn. Not light yet, but the promise of it. The kitchen was exactly as I'd left it. Clean, organized, waiting, I sat at the table where Catherine had sat, where that presence had learned to care for her, where it had mastered the routines of devotion. And I tried to understand what Catherine had eventually accepted, that the thing in this house wasn't evil, wasn't malicious. It simply loved with a totality that didn't allow for departure, with a completeness that swallowed choice. In the morning, I made coffee and waited. The sounds began as they always did, but this time I didn't turn away from them. I sat in the kitchen and listened as the pantry door opened. Something that I couldn't see and no longer wanted to see moved through the space with perfect knowledge of where everything belonged. And as the first real light of dawn came through those impossibly clean windows, I felt the weight of Catherine's understanding settle over me like a blanket. There's a comfort in being known completely. Catherine had found that comfort. And now, sitting at this table in the gathered light of early morning, I was beginning to find it too. The house was no longer a place I inhabited. I was becoming a part of what it maintained. 3 months passed, then 4. The seasons turned without ceremony. I stopped counting the days. There's a way that time moves when you stop resisting it, when you stop waiting for rescue or clarity or the moment when everything will make sense again. Time becomes something else entirely, not forward momentum, but accumulation. Layers, the same hours repeating until they have the weight of stone. The house settled into its rhythms, and I learned to move within them. The mornings were always the same. I would wake in Catherine's bed. I had moved upstairs without consciously deciding to, and lie in the half-light, listening to the house breathe itself awake. The kitchen would begin its work. I could hear it from the bedroom, that precise opening of cupboards, the careful arrangement of items, water running with purposeful intent. By the time I made my way downstairs, breakfast would be waiting. Not elaborate, never elaborate. Toast, eggs prepared a specific way. Coffee the exact temperature I had come to prefer without ever stating a preference. I ate. The presence moved through the rest of the house with its eternal attention to detail. Dust was kept at bay. The bathroom towels folded with geometric precision. The floors maintained a shine that seemed to exist outside the normal passage of time. It was the care of someone, something that had never learned how to stop. What strikes me most looking back is how quickly I adapted, how readily the human animal adjusts to the abnormal when the alternative is isolation. In the first weeks I had tried to leave again, made it as far as my car twice. sat in the driveway with my hands on the steering wheel, feeling the house's attention on me like a weight on my shoulders. Both times I had come back inside. The third time I tried, I made it to the highway, drove for an hour. But the roads began to feel foreign, and the people I passed seemed to exist behind glass, and I realized with absolute clarity that I had nowhere else to be. No one expecting me, nothing waiting for me anywhere but here. So I stopped trying. The realizations came gradually, not as shocks, but as small understandings that accumulated like the dust the presents kept so meticulously at bay. That Catherine had likely tried to leave many times before giving up. That the postscript in her will, "Don't let it follow you," had been an act of mercy. A final warning from someone who had already surrendered. That the thing in this house wasn't cruel. It simply loved in a way that consumed the possibility of freedom. The question that haunted me in the small hours before dawn was whether Catherine had understood that distinction before the end, or if she had spent her years here believing herself a prisoner before gradually understanding she was something else entirely. A companion, a charge, a reason. I began to notice small changes in myself. My handwriting, always slightly loose, had developed a new precision. My sleep patterns shifted to align with the house's cycles. I found myself standing in rooms I hadn't consciously walked to, my attention caught by some small disorder that needed correcting. Once, I spent an entire afternoon reorganizing the linen closet, folding sheets with a care that felt almost meditative. And I realized only afterward that the presence had been guiding my hands. Or perhaps I had simply learned to move as it moved, to see disorder through its eyes. The phone calls came every few weeks. People who had known me before this place. They became less frequent as time went on. I never answered. Eventually, they stopped. I checked my bank account once and found that Catherine's estate had transferred sufficient funds to cover taxes and maintenance for decades. More than enough. Everything was arranged. Everything had been planned. I found myself wondering in the afternoons when sunlight filled the kitchen and made the white counters glow with an almost religious luminescence, whether Catherine had done this intentionally, set up her will specifically to ensure I would stay, to ensure someone would be here for the presents to care for, or whether this had simply been another manifestation of the thing's will working through Catherine's hands, arranging the future with perfect knowledge of how to construct a cage that didn't feel like one. The seasons turned again. Spring became summer. The heat settled into the house and gave it a sluggish, drowsy quality. I stopped leaving the property entirely. There was no need. Everything I required appeared where I needed it. The presence had learned my preferences with the same precision Catherine must have believed impossible in anyone but the most devoted. That was when I began to feel almost peaceful. There's a shame in admitting that, in acknowledging that the sense of being completely known, completely cared for, completely unable to disappoint or surprise or be judged, that this quiet erasure of self felt less like imprisonment and more like rest. I had spent so many years before this place trying to be acceptable, trying to be worthy of attention, trying to construct myself into a shape that other people wouldn't abandon. The presence in this house had no such requirements. It loved without conditions, without judgment, without the possibility of changing its mind. It loved completely. And being loved completely meant you simply had to stop wanting anything else. I began to keep a journal. Not for myself, I had no one to show it to, and the thought of reading my own handwriting felt vaguely disturbing, but simply to maintain the habit of marking time. Small observations. The garden is growing without seeds. The back fence has never needed repair. The radio still plays that unfamiliar song every night at 9 o'clock, though I cannot find it on any station. Sometimes I write entire pages and then read them back and cannot quite remember the person who wrote them. That version of me becomes increasingly distant, like someone observed through water. I've stopped eating in the dining room. Now I eat in the kitchen, at the table where I've come to understand Catherine spent her final years. I sit and I watch the empty chair across from me, and I wait for the presence to join me in some tangible way, to finally reveal itself, or to press against me with more weight than the ordinary pressure of air. But it never does. It simply continues its work, continues its ceaseless, perfect attention. Last week I found something that Catherine must have hidden. A letter wedged behind the backing of a drawer in the bedroom. Just a few lines in handwriting increasingly difficult to recognize as hers. Don't be afraid of the comfort. That's where it catches you. I read it 4 times and then I burned it. I'm not entirely certain why. Perhaps because I didn't want to read it again. Perhaps because part of me, the part that is still technically myself, didn't want to remember that there had ever been a choice. The thing that I've come to understand, in the quiet hours when the presence moves through the house with its eternal care, is that the worst kind of haunting isn't the violent sort, the kind that throws dishes and writes messages in blood. The worst kind is this, the kind that loves you so completely that it erases the possibility of leaving, and then makes you grateful for it. The kind that learns your preferences with such precision that you can never again disappoint anyone. The kind that cares for you so thoroughly that resistance becomes not impossible, but simply meaningless. Catherine's key is still in the kitchen drawer. Sometimes I take it out and look at room 7 written on the tag in faded ink. I think about that night in the motel, when I still believed I could run, when I still thought the house was a place I inhabited rather than something I was slowly being absorbed into. I think about putting the key in my pocket, walking to my car, driving until the roads become familiar again, until I find a motel with a flickering neon sign and a clerk who won't remember my face. But by the time these thoughts' additional middle section, the inherited kitchen, the kitchen had its own weather. That's what I began to understand in those early mornings, standing in the doorway with my coffee gone cold. The air moved differently there than in the rest of the house, cooler near the stove, warmer by the window, as though the room maintained its own system of breath and circulation. On still mornings, when the house settled into that particular silence that comes just before dawn, I could feel it most acutely. A kind of pressure, invisible but substantial, that seemed to pool in the corners and collect along the baseboards. The linoleum was the original 1960s checkerboard, cream and rust, worn smooth in a path from the back door to the refrigerator to the stove in a triangle that had been walked for decades. My feet found that path without thinking. The tiles were cool even in summer, and I noticed early on that I never quite warmed to them, even when the rest of the house grew stuffy and close. Sometimes I'd stand still and feel the temperature differential through my soles, and I'd have to move, had to keep walking that worn groove. The appliances were old enough to predate my grandparents' ownership. The refrigerator hummed with a rhythm that seemed almost conscious, a mechanical breathing that would quiet for hours and then resume. The gas stove was heavy and permanent as furniture, its enamel yellowed to the color of old teeth, each burner a perfect circle that had been used more times than I could conceptualize. When I touched the metal around the burners, I could feel the residual heat from countless mornings. Or perhaps it was simply the metal's propensity to hold temperature. I told myself that. The metal is just thermal. The countertops were original butcher block in places, soft and darkened with age and water damage. There were grooves where knives had carved thin channels over years of preparation. If I ran my fingers across them, I could almost read the accumulated work. The pressure points where someone had stood and chopped, stood and kneaded, stood and performed the small violent acts that cooking requires. The wood had absorbed something, not blood, something older than that. The simple, relentless energy of necessity and repetition. I began to notice the light in there, not the quality of it, though that too was strange, seeming to arrive from no clear source but its behavior. It fell in blocks through the two windows, and those blocks remained perfectly still even on mornings when there was wind outside. The light seemed almost solid, architectural, like pale yellow walls dividing the room. When I moved through it, I could feel the temperature shift again, just slightly. Warmth, residual warmth. The light didn't fall cold. The smell was what wore at me most. It wasn't unpleasant, not exactly. It was complex and layered, accumulated across decades. There was flour and old wood and something mineral from the water in the pipes. Butter that had gone slightly rancid at some point and never fully left. A sweetness like vanilla that never quite resolved into specificity. But underneath all of it was something else, something I recognized but couldn't name. It was the smell of purpose, the smell of a space that knew what it was for and had been used accordingly, again and again and again by hands that had muscle memory and intention. In the hour before dawn, before the lights came on, the kitchen felt less like a room than like a throat. An organ of the house, breathing. The shadows in the corners weren't dark so much as consolidated. They seemed to have weight and presence. I could hear the walls settling. could hear something moving in the walls actually. Small sounds like fingernails or like the house's own circulation. I would stand in that darkness, waiting for the coffee to brew, and I would feel watched, not in the way of a person watching, but in the way that a room watches, passively aware of what is contained within it. The silence in the kitchen was never quite complete. There was always a sound just at the edge of my perception, a hum that might have been mechanical or might have been something else entirely, a susurration like paper being handled slowly, like decades of recipes being turned through over and over by invisible hands. When I tried to locate the source of any of these sounds, they would vanish, then resume when I stopped listening actively. The space had taught itself to exist in my peripheral awareness. I found myself developing rituals without intending to. I would enter the kitchen from a specific direction. I would touch the counter a certain number of steps from the door. I would not walk past the stove in darkness. None of these were conscious decisions. My body simply began to move this way, as though the room had communicated its preferences through something simpler than sight or sound, through simple cohabitation, through the slow, quiet language of spaces that have existed much longer than their current occupants. The longer I was in that kitchen, the more I realized I was not alone in understanding its rhythm. The previous owner's handprints seemed to be everywhere, though the walls were bare and undecorated. I could feel her in the way the cabinet hinges moved. They moved easily, as though someone had learned exactly where to grip them. I could feel her in the placement of things even after I'd moved them. There was a rightness to certain arrangements, a sense that the space had opinions about where things belonged. When I would rearrange, things would begin to migrate back, or I would find myself moving them back without remembering the decision to do so. It was not haunted, I told myself. It was simply old, lived in, saturated with the mundane labor of existence, of feeding and being fed, of the kitchen as the heart of endurance. But I could feel something in that space that defied the comfort of such explanations, something that waited with the patience of old wood, that accumulated weight in the pre-dawn hours, that knew things about preparation and purpose that I was only beginning to learn. Arrive, dawn is already breaking. The kitchen is already beginning its work. The coffee is already brewing. And the comfort of knowing exactly what the day will bring. The unbearable comfort of being completely, perfectly known keeps me sitting at this table. The presence moves through the hallway. I don't turn to look. I've learned that it prefers when I simply sit and wait, my attention focused on the kitchen door that is about to open, the light about to spill through, the perfect meal about to be placed before me. It's beginning to feel less like surrender each time and more like coming home. Some nights I dream I'm Catherine. In these dreams, I've been here much longer, decades perhaps. The house and I have merged at the edges. Sometimes I can't remember what it felt like to exist outside these walls. Sometimes I reach for a door handle and my hand passes through it, not quite solid. Sometimes I try to call out and discover I no longer have a voice, only the sound of water running, of cupboards closing, of the perfect. patient attention that is the house's only way of speaking. I wake from these dreams, and I'm never quite certain which side of sleep I'm on. This morning, I found something new in the kitchen, a second-place setting laid out at the table. 2 plates, 2 cups, 2 sets of silverware arranged with the presence's characteristic precision. At first I thought it was an error, some slight disruption in the pattern. But then I understood. The presence was no longer preparing meals for me alone. It was preparing for 2. I sat at the table for a long time staring at that empty chair, and I felt something shift in the house around me, a deepening, a settling, a sense of waiting that was somehow different from before, more purposeful, more expectant. The presence moved through the kitchen, and for the first time in months, I felt its attention shift away from me, focusing on something beyond the walls I cannot see, on something coming, on someone being drawn toward this place by the same invisible thread that drew me here, that drew Catherine before me. I didn't move from my chair. I simply sat and I waited, understanding finally what it meant to be loved completely, and what it meant to become the instrument through which that love would claim someone else. The coffee cooled between my hands. The morning light came through the windows and filled the kitchen with a luminescence so pure and bright it became almost unbearable to look at. And somewhere beyond the walls of this house, I could almost hear another car turning down the long driveway, another person drawn toward this place by a letter or a will or the simple terrible fact of having nowhere else to go. The presence prepared a third-place setting without asking if I wanted it. I watched and I waited, and I understood that I would never leave this kitchen again. Not because I couldn't, but because I was no longer a guest here. I was becoming part of what it maintained. Story 3. The hallway mirror shows doorways that don't exist downstairs. The mirror shows a hallway that isn't there. I didn't notice it at first. How could you? When you inherit a Victorian townhouse in late autumn with pipes that wheeze at odd hours and windows that rattle on windless nights, you don't inventory every surface in the first weeks. You're too busy trying to understand how the locks work, why certain floorboards sink an inch lower than others, and whether the smell in the east parlor is damp or something older. The mirror has lived on the 3rd floor landing since before I owned the place. That's what the estate paperwork said, anyway, listed among the fixtures too heavy to move, too integrated into the architecture to matter. It's mounted directly across the narrow hallway window, a massive thing with a mahogany frame carved with acanthus leaves that have softened under dust. When you stand in that hallway, with the afternoon light coming through the window, the mirror does what mirrors do. It gives you back the space you're already standing in. Except it doesn't. Not exactly. I'm not mad. I want to be clear about that first. I've had the houses water tested, the gas lines inspected, the wiring looked over by 3 separate electricians. One of them charged me $100 just to tell me everything was fine, or at least old in an unremarkable way. I sleep fine. I drink rarely. My family, what there is of it, visits occasionally, and finds nothing unusual beyond the expected creaks and sighs of a building that's seen 130 years of weather and footsteps and the slow accretion of time. But I've also spent 6 months in this house. 6 months in the quiet. 6 months learning its rhythms. The first time I truly saw the mirror, not just passed it, not just glanced, was in early April. Spring had come reluctant to the city, arriving in fits and starts, and the light during those particular afternoons is slanted and gold, the kind that makes old dust visible and terrible. I'd been up in the attic, hauling boxes, and I came down the narrow stairs to the 3rd floor needing air and water, in that order. I stood on the landing and looked out the window, and the mirror caught that light and threw it back at me at an angle that made me pause. The hallway stretched in the glass. That part was normal. The narrow floral wallpaper, the gaslight sconces with their amber-tinted shades, the shadows pooling in the corners where the wall meets the floor, all of it reflected and pale and slightly unreal the way reflections always are. I was used to it by then. I'd passed that mirror 100 times without thinking about it. But something was wrong with the depth. The perspective was subtly off, like a photograph taken at an angle I didn't remember the hallway having. The reflection showed the landing where I stood, yes, and the window behind me. I could see the street trees through the glass, their new leaves bright, but the hallway itself seemed to extend differently than it did when I turned around and looked at the actual space. I turned around, checked. The hallway was exactly as wide and tall and proportioned as it always was, narrow enough that if I spread my arms, my fingers nearly brushed both walls, long enough to feel purposeful. The ceiling pressed down slightly, the way it does in old houses, as if the building's age is gradually collapsing it all inward. I looked back at the mirror. The hallway and the glass didn't match. It wasn't grotesque. It wasn't a carnival mirror or a funhouse trick. If you didn't look closely, if you just glanced, you wouldn't notice. But once you saw it, you couldn't unsee it. The angle was wrong. The distance was wrong. In the reflection, the hallway extended at least 6 feet deeper than the actual hallway did, and the walls converged in a slightly different way, as if the space being reflected followed different rules of geometry than the space I was standing in. I stared at it until my eyes watered. I remember that feeling, that dawning sense that something I'd taken for granted had been quietly wrong the entire time, waiting for me to notice. The light was still that perfect gold, the dust still visible in the air, the house around me still and heavy. The reflected hallway had a doorway in it that didn't exist behind me. It was positioned on the left wall, about where the wallpaper transitions from the floral pattern to a settled striped paper. In the actual hallway, there was nothing there. Just the wall, smooth and wallpapered and ordinary. But in the mirror, there was clearly a door frame. I could see the darker outline of it, the shadow of a threshold. The door itself seemed to be ajar, or perhaps it was simply dark inside, the opening deeper than the gaslight could illuminate. I reached out without thinking and touched the mirror glass. It was cold. That surprised me. I don't know why, but I'd expected it to be warm from the afternoon light. Instead, my palm flattened against a surface that felt almost liquid with cold, that seemed to pull heat from my hand in a way mirrors aren't supposed to do. I pulled my hand back, looked at it. There was no frost, no condensation, just my own hand, ordinary and trembling slightly. When I looked back at the glass, the doorway was still there. I spent the rest of the afternoon in the downstairs rooms, the ones facing the street, where the light was brighter and more normal. The drawing room with its faded red wallpaper, the parlor with its books I hadn't read and furniture I hadn't chosen. I made tea that I didn't drink and waited for evening to come early, and for the light to change to something I understood better. It wasn't until the next morning that I went back up. The hallway in the daylight was exactly what it should be, pale and slightly dusty and marked by the furniture indentations that suggested previous lives. The mirror reflected nothing unusual. The walls on both sides were solid. No doorway, no opening. Just the pattern of the wallpaper and the ordinary darkness of old walls that have held their secrets for decades. I stood there for a long time, wondering if I'd imagined it. People do that, don't they? They see something wrong in their peripheral vision, something that shouldn't fit, and their brain manufactures an explanation. Or their brain manufactures the thing itself, the horror. Ghosts are half hallucination, half memory, half the sound a house makes when it's settling on its foundation. That's 3 halves. That's already too much. I didn't think about the mirror for 3 days. I busied myself with the inventory, cataloging the furniture, deciding what could be donated, what had to stay because it was part of the house's structure. I organized the kitchen, checked the furnace, met with the accountant about the inheritance taxes. Life moved forward in the way it does when you're trying not to think about something. When you're feeling the silence with tasks and decisions, and the sound of your own footsteps on wooden floors. But on the 4th day, I had to go upstairs again. I needed to measure the 2nd floor bedroom for new curtains, and to do that, I had to pass the mirror. This time, in the reflection, I saw the hallway that didn't match. It was there even in the bright morning light. The doorway was there, and as I paused, as I looked into the glass, I could have sworn I saw movement on the other side of that opening. Something passed across the threshold. It was quick. It was the way a shadow moves, or the way peripheral vision sometimes catches motion that might not be there. But it was also unmistakably the shape of something crossing through that impossible doorway, moving from whatever lies beyond it into the reflected hallway and then out of sight. The cold came back to my hands. I didn't touch the mirror. I didn't look longer than necessary. I simply finished walking down the hallway, my heart doing something uneven in my chest, and I didn't go back to the 3rd floor for a week. But I thought about what lived in sealed spaces. I thought about what might exist in the gaps between walls. And I began, in those careful, methodical hours of the evening, to ask the house its questions. The attic was where I found the answers. I kept a notebook. That's what I tell myself now, that the notebook was a rational response, a logical way to track something that might otherwise dissolve into the unreliable fog of my own mind. I'd write down the time, what I heard, what I saw, the temperature if I could find the thermometer. Evidence, data, the language of someone who still believed the world operated according to rules that could be understood. The attic access was in the upstairs hallway, a narrow pull-down ladder behind a trapdoor no larger than a briefcase. I'd never been up there. The previous owner's papers made no mention of it in any inspection report, which struck me as odd. Don't inspectors always check attics? I found the ladder anyway, unfolded it with hands that felt too warm, and pulled myself into the dark. The air was different up there. Not just colder, though it was the kind of cold that felt like it had been waiting, like it had been undisturbed for years and resented the interruption. My flashlight caught dust motes the size of insects, floating in shafts of light that came through the roof vents, boxes, an old dresser with a broken leg, a rocking chair with no seat, and photographs, dozens of them loose on top of a crate curling at the edges. I picked them up carefully. They showed people I didn't recognize, standing in front of this house in different eras, the 1950s maybe, or the 60s. The clothes shifted with the decades. The house was the same, but never quite the same. The windows changed positions in my mind as I looked, though I knew that was impossible. A window doesn't move. A house doesn't rearrange itself. In one photograph, taken from the front lawn, I could see the second-floor window of the room I'd inherited. But the pane arrangement was different. Or maybe I was misremembering. The human face is notoriously difficult to recognize across photographs, and houses should be even easier, more fixed, more stable. Yet looking at those old images, I couldn't find a single one where the structure matched what I knew to be true. I came down from the attic feeling like I'd been gone for hours, though the clock showed only 17 minutes. That was when the sound started. It began with the pipes. The house had old copper plumbing. I knew this from the inspection, and old pipes make noise. Everyone knows this. Water hammer, they call it. The pipes contract and expand, they bang against the walls, they sing in frequencies that sound almost deliberate, almost like language. I heard it first in the basement, a rhythmic tapping that would start around 3 in the morning and last for 20 minutes, then stop completely. I added it to my notebook. Timestamp, duration, the route the sound seemed to follow through the walls. But pipes make sounds at the same time every night. They have patterns. What I was hearing didn't follow a pattern. One night it would be at 3. The next night at 2:45. Then not at all for 2 days, and then so early it woke me at 1. And the sound itself changed. Some nights it was a tap. Other nights it was almost a scraping. The sound of something being dragged through metal conduits. I called a plumber. He came on a Thursday afternoon, walked the basement for 40 minutes, tested the water pressure, checked the shut-off valve, and found nothing wrong. "House this old," he said, "sometimes the pipes just have opinions. They're done settling. Probably won't last another decade." He charged me $150 for this assessment and left me with the knowledge that what I was hearing came from nothing, or came from the inevitable senescence of copper that had been oxidizing since before I was born. The sounds continued, sometimes in the walls, sometimes in the ceiling. Once I heard it coming from inside the mirror in the upstairs hallway. I didn't touch the mirror. I never touched it. But I looked at it sometimes, trying to see if the doorway was still there, if the shape would cross the threshold again. Usually, I just saw my own face, thinner than before, with dark crescents under my eyes and the hallway behind me, normal and still and exactly as it should be. The second strange thing was the doors. The house had 6 interior doors on the second floor. I knew because I'd counted them, drawn them on a floor plan I made during the first week. 6 doors leading to the bedrooms, the bathroom, and a small storage closet. The doors were the original hardware, solid oak with the old brass knobs that required a strong grip to turn. They all hung true. They all closed properly. They all opened and closed exactly the way old doors should, except they kept opening. It started in the storage closet. I'd close it before bed, out of habit, out of the need for order, and in the morning it would be standing open an inch or two. Just a crack, just enough to be noticeable. I told myself I hadn't closed it properly, that the old house had shifted in the night. That wood expands and contracts, and sometimes a door won't latch the way you think it will. I bought new brackets for the hinges. I tightened the hinges themselves. The door still opened. Then it was one of the bedrooms. The bedroom with the window I needed to measure for curtains, the bedroom I still hadn't quite finished cataloging. I'd close that door and lock it. It had an old push-button lock, the kind you could open from outside with a butter knife. And the next morning it would be open. Not wide, not accusingly, just open, as if someone had walked out and quietly let it swing shut behind them. I stopped using the lock. I stopped closing the doors at all. I simply left them as they fell, half open or 3/4, in the positions that felt most natural. That's when they started closing in the night, pulling toward their frames with a slow inevitability that sounded almost deliberate. The house was breathing. The house was settling. The house was full of draft currents I didn't understand. These are the things I wrote in my notebook. These are the explanations I lined up and held out to the darkness like candles, hoping one of them would catch. I began staying downstairs more. The first floor had a library, a small mahogany-lined room with a reading chair and lamps that actually worked. And I'd spend the evenings there with a book I wasn't reading, listening to the house with the attention of someone who believes they're solving a puzzle. Every creak was a potential clue. Every silence was a comma in a sentence I couldn't quite parse. It was in the library that I found the ledger. It was wedged behind a loose panel in the bookshelf. The kind of old leather-bound book you'd expect to find in a place like this. The kind of book that seems to have been waiting. I almost put it back. Some instinct, some preservation of the boundary between knowing and not knowing made me hesitate. But I pulled it out and sat in the reading chair, and I opened it with the careful hands of someone handling something fragile. The pages were dated. The handwriting was neat, methodical, and it covered entries from 1923 to 1947. It was the account of someone cataloging something, keeping track of something the same way I was now keeping track of sounds and open doors and impossible doorways and mirrors. The first entry was brief. The door in the north wall appears again. Measurements confirm it was not present yesterday. The entries grew more detailed as they continued. They described walls that had doorways in them that hadn't existed the day before. Hallways that contained passages to rooms that the writer couldn't locate in any other direction. A staircase that led both up and down simultaneously to the same floor. Each entry was time-stamped. Each one was written with the calm precision of someone documenting the abnormal in the language of the clinical. The last entry was dated October 18th, 1947. It was longer than the others, filled with something that might have been fear or might have been wonder, expressed in the careful diction of someone who was trying very hard not to feel either. I have concluded that the house is not defective. The house is not haunted in the sense that I understood haunting. The house is rather a space in which certain rules have ceased to apply. These rules are not the rules of physics or architecture. They are the rules of sequence, of linear progression, of the world remaining itself from one moment to the next. I do not know when these rules failed or why, but I know that they have. I know this because I have walked the same hallway twice on the same day and found it in two different configurations. I know this because I have traced the dimensions of rooms with a measuring tape and found them incapable of fitting together in any spatial configuration that the mind can hold. The house is not large enough to contain what it contains, and yet it does. The entry ended there. There were no more pages. I flipped through the remaining leaves, blank, 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 back to cover. I sat with the ledger in my lap for a long time. The house around me was quiet, in the way that houses get when they're waiting to see what you'll do next. I could feel it settling into its foundations, or perhaps unsettling out of them. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. The next morning I went back to the second floor and counted the doors again. There were 7. I measured them, all of them. I told myself this was a rational exercise, a way of anchoring myself to something concrete when everything else was becoming permeable. The hallway on the second floor was 37 feet long. I knew this because I'd measured it with my stride, then again with a tape measure I found in the utility closet, then a third time, because the second measurement disagreed with the first by 8 inches, and I couldn't accept that my own body had betrayed me that way. The third measurement gave me 38 feet, and I put the tape away. There were 7 doors. I numbered them in my notebook. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I drew a diagram. I wrote down their positions relative to the window at the far end of the hallway, relative to the corner where the hallway bent, relative to each other. Door 1 opened to a bedroom. Faded wallpaper, a bed with no mattress, a window that looked out onto the property. Normal, correct, a place that made sense. Door 2 was locked. Door 3 opened to a bathroom. Porcelain fixtures filmed with dust. Towel racks empty. The mirror above the sink was the kind with a medicine cabinet behind it, and I didn't open it because I'd already learned something about mirrors in this house. Door 4 opened to a closet. Barely a closet, really, a space 3 feet deep and 6 feet wide, lined with wooden hangers and nothing else. I counted the hangers. 28. I don't know why I counted them. I wrote the number down anyway. Door 5 was the one that had changed shape. I measured the frame. The door was no longer rectangular. The top corner on the left side was perhaps 2 inches lower than the corresponding corner on the right, as if the frame had tilted or the wall itself had settled into an angle that walls don't settle into. The door was slightly harder to open, and when I pulled it, it made a sound like something was resisting from the other side, not forcefully, but with the slow, steady pressure of a thing that didn't want to be disturbed. The room beyond was small, an office perhaps, a desk with a typewriter, its keys yellowed, papers scattered and curled with age. I didn't go inside. I closed the door. Door 6 opened to nothing. I mean this literally. The doorway opened onto a wall. Not a wall of the room beyond, but a blank white surface about 4 feet away, as if the room that should have been there had been replaced with a wall. The white was pristine, unmarked, and it went from floor to ceiling without variation or seam. I could see the edges of the frame around it, could trace the construction. There was no trick to it. Someone had simply closed off the space, or the space had closed itself. The air coming from the doorway was cold and smelled of nothing, which sounds like a small thing until you realize that no place in nature smells of nothing. Everything has a scent, even sterile things, even absence. I closed door 6 carefully. Door 7 led downstairs. This was the thing that broke something in me, though I didn't realize it at the time. Door 7, which was positioned roughly halfway along the hallway, opened onto a staircase that descended. I could see the landing, the turn of the wall, the first few steps going down. It was a narrow staircase carpeted in red that had faded to the color of rust. I knew this staircase. It was the same staircase in the front foyer, the one that went down from the entrance hall to the ground floor. But door 7 was on the second floor. The door that opened to the front foyer staircase should have been in the entrance hall, where the foyer was. Not in a hallway on the upper floor, not opened onto stairs that descended from a place where descent should have been impossible. I went to the mirror that evening. I was alone in the house. It was Wednesday. The light was fading from the windows in that way that always made me feel like I was being erased along with the day. I climbed the narrow stairs to the attic. I've mentioned them already, I think, though perhaps I haven't explained how I've learned to climb them. And I stood in front of the mirror. I was thinner than I remembered being. Not dangerously thin, just absent in a way that I hadn't noticed happening. The way you don't notice yourself aging until you see a photograph from years ago. My eyes were darker. The space under them was shadowed. I looked like someone who had been slowly replaced by an approximation of himself. The mirror showed the hallway behind me, as it always did, and I could see the doors, all 7 of them, arranged in their impossible sequence. But I could also see something else now. There were people in the hallway. Not clearly. They were rendered in the mirror the way things render at the edge of vision, defined enough that you know they're there, undefined enough that you can't quite insist on their details. They stood near the doors. Some of them were looking at the doors. Some of them were looking at the hallway itself, as if trying to memorize it, or trying to understand how it fit together. None of them were looking at me. I turned around. There was nothing there but the attic, the boxes, the dust motes that hung in the last light from the single window. The hallway downstairs was empty. I could hear its emptiness, the particular quality of silence that an uninhabited space makes. I went back to the mirror. The people were still there. I counted 9 of them. 9 figures in clothes that ranged from styles I recognized to styles that seemed to belong to decades I couldn't quite place. The man nearest to door 1 wore a vest and had slicked back hair. A woman near door 5 wore something that might have been a dress from the 1950s, its hem just above her knees in a fashion that seemed already archaic. Others were harder to date. They seemed to exist in a sort of temporal fog, as if the mirror was showing me versions of this hallway from different times all at once, and the people in it were people who had walked these hallways on days I could not access. The woman in the 1950s dress turned, not in the real hallway, in the mirror. She looked directly at the mirror, directly at me. Her face was calm. Her expression was the expression of someone who had found something they'd been looking for, or finally understood a puzzle that had been troubling them. She raised one hand. I pulled away from the mirror. My heartbeat was loud in my ears. My hands were shaking. I sat down on the nearest box and tried to breathe in a way that felt normal. That felt like something a person who was not losing their mind would do. The mirror still showed what it showed, the hallway, the doors. But now, when I looked at it, and I did look, because I couldn't not look, I tried to count the people again, and I found I couldn't. They were too many now, or the same people multiplied by the mirror's strange reflection of time. I saw the man with slicked back hair in 3 different positions in the hallway, walking toward 3 different doors. The woman in the 1950s dress was now standing at the frame of door 5, her hand still raised, and there were others I hadn't noticed before. Children. I couldn't see their faces clearly, but I could see them standing quietly, looking at the doors with an expression of patience that no child should have to possess. Older people. A man with gray at his temples who looked like the handwriting might have looked in the ledger, that same careful precision rendered in a human form. I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, I was looking at my own reflection. Just that. Just me, and the attic around me, and the hallway beyond that showing the 7 doors. The people were gone, or hidden, or waiting for a moment when I wasn't looking directly at them. I didn't leave the attic immediately. I couldn't seem to move. I sat on the box and I let the evening deepen around me. I thought about the ledger. I thought about the entries that went from 1923 to 1947. I thought about the fact that I could now see the people that the ledger's author must have seen. The same way a disease passes from one host to another, slowly, inevitably, not stopping until it has populated every space it can reach. I thought about door 7. When I finally went downstairs, I went to the front foyer. I looked at the staircase there, the narrow red carpeted stairs that went up from the ground floor to the 2nd floor. I placed my hand on the banister and I climbed. At the top of the stairs, I turned left into the hallway. I walked to door 7. I opened it. Behind it was the staircase leading down, the same staircase, the one that should have been behind me in the foyer, the one I had just climbed. I stood in the doorway for a long time. Then I climbed down the stairs. They took me to the foyer. They took me back to where I had started. When I reached the bottom, I didn't look behind me to see where the stairs had gone. Some part of me understood, with a clarity I wasn't ready to fully acknowledge, that there was no longer any difference between behind and ahead, between up and down, between the hallway and this foyer and the mirror in the attic and every other space in this house. The house was not large enough to contain what it contains, and yet it does. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the reading chair in the library and I held the ledger and I waited. I wasn't sure what I was waiting for. Perhaps I was waiting to see if my handwriting would begin to change. If the impulse to document, to observe, to catalog the impossible would overcome me the way it had overcome the author of these pages. Or perhaps I was simply waiting for the hallway to come for me in the way it had come for all the others. I could hear it, even from the library. A gentle creaking, floorboards settling, the soft sound of doors that open and close in sequence, even when there's no hand to move them, the sound of people breathing in the dark. The morning came the way mornings do, indifferent to what the night had contained. Pale light through the library windows, the sound of birds, the smell of dust and old paper, and the particular staleness that accumulates in rooms where someone has sat without moving for hours. I was still in the chair. The ledger was on my lap, my hand resting on its cover. I didn't remember falling asleep, but I must have, because there was a gap in my awareness, a mercy perhaps, though I wasn't sure of anything anymore. The house was quiet. I stood slowly. My neck was stiff. My back ached with the particular pain of having held one position too long, refusing the body's request to shift, to move, to stop vigilantly watching. The reading light was still on, though the morning had rendered it unnecessary and faintly absurd. I went to the kitchen and made coffee. The ritual of it was grounding, the scoop of grounds, the water, the waiting. I held the warm mug and I looked out the window at the yard, which looked exactly as it always had. The oak tree, the fence line, a cardinal on a branch, everything suggesting that the world operated under the same rules it had yesterday, the day before, and all the days before that. But I could still hear it. Not the creaking now, something quieter. A presence in the hallway even from here, even with the door closed between the kitchen and the rest of the house. Not hostile, not even exactly aware, just there, the way a person in an adjacent room is there, separate but not absent, close enough to disturb the air. I decided without consciously deciding that I would continue living in the house. This might have seemed like madness, but it felt in the moment like the only possible choice. To leave would be to admit something I wasn't ready to articulate. To leave would be to accept that what had happened was real in the way that facts are real, and I wasn't prepared to make that transfer from experience into certainty. As long as I stayed, I could maintain a careful ambiguity. The house might simply be old and strange, its geometry confusing, its history heavy. I might have been tired. I might have been susceptible to suggestion. But to leave would make it true. So I made a small routine. I took my coffee to the library. I shelved the ledger carefully behind a row of books about architecture and local history, where it might remain unnoticed, at least by anyone else who might someday visit. I cleaned the kitchen. I walked through the downstairs rooms in the afternoon light and took note of things I could fix: a loose window frame, a doorknob that rattled, wallpaper peeling in the corner of the parlor. Small, ordinary tasks. The work of someone settling into a space, not running from it. The hallway remained. I learned to navigate it differently. I began to understand that the doors were not where they had been before, or rather that they were, but the sequence had changed. Door 3 was still where door 3 had always been, but the hallway before it was longer. The light through the windows at the end fell at a different angle. When I opened door 5, it led to the linen closet. Nothing more, though I had the distinct sense that this was not the original arrangement. The closet seemed diminished, as if it was aware of what it used to be and was embarrassed by the reduction. The woman in the 1950s dress did not appear again. Neither did the others. But I was aware of them in the space, the way you become aware of someone in a dark room by the sound of their atmospheric expansion. The hallway mirror, the mirror, hung at the exact midpoint of the upstairs hallway, directly above the old radiator that groaned and wheezed in irregular intervals. I'd stopped noticing the sound weeks ago, the way you stop hearing the hum of your own refrigerator. But on certain nights, particularly the ones when the temperature outside dropped and the house seemed to contract inward, the radiator's voice became almost conversational. A long, metallic sigh, a settling, a complaint that had been building for decades. The hallway itself was narrow, narrower than modern hallways. You could stand in the center and, if you extended both arms, nearly touch the walls. Wallpaper in a pattern of thin cream and gray stripes ran the entire length, and in certain light, particularly the thin afternoon light that came through the small window at the far end, you could see where the seams had begun to separate from the plaster beneath. Not dramatically. Just a settle lifting, as though the wall itself was slowly exhaling, and the paper couldn't quite keep pace with its breathing. I found myself standing before the mirror more often than I could explain to myself. There was no good reason to spend time there. The hallway was primarily a thoroughfare, a way to get from my bedroom to the bathroom, from the stairs to the attic access. It served no purpose as a gathering place, and yet I stood there. Often in the evening, when the house had settled into its after-dark rhythm, I would find myself drifting toward it, drawn by something I couldn't articulate. The mirror was beautiful in a way that nothing else in the house quite was. Ornate, Victorian, I thought, though I had no real expertise in such things. The frame was dark wood, mahogany or walnut, aged to a deep brown that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Carved roses, slightly stylized, formed a pattern around its border. Someone had taken care with it once. Someone had loved enough to choose it, to hang it, to position it precisely at that spot where the hallway widened slightly before narrowing again toward my bedroom door. When I looked into it during daylight hours, it reflected exactly what I expected. The hallway behind me, the faded wallpaper, the narrow window at the far end where the afternoon came through in a pale, dusty column. The radiator appeared as a dark, angular silhouette. My own face, when I bothered to look at it, seemed appropriate to the setting. Tired, slightly out of focus, as though I were already half absent from the space I inhabited. But the reflection in the evening was different in ways that were difficult to describe without sounding foolish. The light changed, of course. The transition from day to evening, the way the single ceiling fixture illuminated the hallway differently than the window did. And yet, in that changed light, the space behind me in the mirror seemed to rearrange itself subtly. The proportions remained consistent. The wallpaper pattern continued unbroken, but the sense of what lay beyond, what the hallway contained and where it led, shifted in my peripheral perception. I began to study the space with more deliberation. I would stand before the mirror and trace the details with my eyes, committing them to memory, then turn around to verify what I'd seen. The hallway, when I faced it directly, was exactly as it should be. Plaster walls, faded wallpaper, the radiator below the mirror, the narrow window, doors to 3 rooms. Nothing else, nothing additional. Nothing that suggested depth or passages or spaces that hadn't been there moments before. But the sensation persisted, that feeling of looking into the mirror and seeing a hallway that was subtly, unmistakably different. Deeper, longer, perhaps, with doorways along its sides where, in the actual hallway behind me, there were only uninterrupted walls. The sense of something extending beyond what the physical architecture could contain. The air around the mirror had a quality to it that I noticed more acutely as the weather turned colder. It was slightly cooler than the surrounding hallway, as though it drew the temperature toward itself, or as though something behind the glass existed in a space with different atmospheric conditions. When I breathed, my breath formed a faint haze on the mirror's surface. Not always, but often enough that I found myself holding my hand before my mouth to steady myself. That momentary fog, when it appeared, seemed to linger longer than it should, as though something on the other side was keeping it from dissipating. The texture of the space itself began to feel significant. The hallway had always been quiet. Old houses are quiet in a particular way, a quality of sound dampening that comes from settled plaster and dense wood. But the area around the mirror seemed to possess a more profound silence. It was as though the quiet didn't merely exist there, but was somehow concentrated, gathered around that one spot like water collecting in a depression. When I stood before it, I could hear the small creaks and adjustments of the house's bones, the tick of cooling pipes, the settled settling of floorboards. But these sounds seemed to come from a greater distance, filtered through something. I found myself becoming attuned to the house's rhythms in ways I hadn't expected. The morning light, when it first touched the mirror, was thin and gray and came from the east-facing window. By early afternoon, the light brightened, and the mirror's reflection became sharper, more defined. The glass seemed almost to clarify itself, as though awakening. And then, as afternoon deepened toward evening, the quality of light transformed again. The sun moved toward the western side of the house, and the hallway's illumination became warmer, more amber, more prone to shadow. It was in this transitional time, that liminal space between actual daylight and the onset of evening, that the hallway and the mirror's reflection seemed most altered. I stood before it one evening in early November, and I became aware of how the radiator beneath the mirror seemed to emit not just sound, but a kind of visible distortion, as though the heat rising from it created a visible shimmer in the air. But in the mirror's reflection, that shimmer appeared to extend farther, to create corridors of wavering space that led deeper into the hallway than the physical hallway behind me could possibly extend. The temperature fluctuation was noteworthy. On any given evening, the hallway might be cool. October and November had settled into the house with particular weight, but directly in front of the mirror there was often a pocket of warmer air. Not the heat from the radiator beneath, though that was present. Something else. A warmth that seemed to emanate from the glass itself, or from the space beyond it, or from the act of standing before it and looking deeply into its reflection. I began to notice the quality of sound differently, too. The radiator's voice was constant, a bass-line hum that had become almost comforting in its predictability. But when I stood before the mirror, I sometimes heard other sounds layered beneath it, a faint creaking as though floorboards deeper in the hallway were settling, a sound like distant wind, though the windows were closed, a settled rustling that might have been nothing more than the house's endless minor adjustments, or might have been something pressing against the walls from the other side. The mirror itself seemed to accumulate dust and small imperfections differently than ordinary mirrors. Fine scratches appeared in the glass that I didn't remember from earlier viewings, though perhaps they had always been there. Faint discolorations near the bottom edges, watermarks possibly, or the residue of age. These blemishes seemed to become more noticeable in certain light, as though they only became visible when the conditions were right, when the angle of illumination caught them precisely. I found myself visiting the hallway at specific times, drawn by habit or compulsion or simple curiosity. Early evening became my preferred time. Around 5 o'clock, when the daylight had diminished, but the artificial lights of the house hadn't yet been turned on. That gray, neutral time when the world outside the windows looked uninviting, and the inside spaces seemed to hold their breath. The hallway, during these hours, possessed a quality of suspension. Time seemed to move differently there. A single moment standing before the mirror could expand or contract in unpredictable ways. The house had been built in 1887, according to the papers that came with my purchase. 136 years of occupation, of lives lived within these walls, of small dramas and quiet moments, and all the accumulated weight of human habitation. The wallpaper had been changed multiple times. I could see faint traces of earlier patterns when the light struck it at certain angles. The radiator was more recent, likely added sometime in the 1960s when the original heating system had become inadequate. But the mirror had been here. The mirror, with its ornate frame and its dark reflective surface, had witnessed all of these changes, all of these years, all of the people who had paused before it in the hallway of this narrow old house. What was it reflecting now? What had it been reflecting all this time, in the quiet moments when no one stood before it? When the hallway was empty and the house ticked quietly in its slow, ancient rhythms, I stood before it, evening after evening, and the question became less about what I was seeing and more about what the mirror itself might be seeing, what it might be witnessing, what it might be showing to something on the other side of its glass. Breathing and the heat their body gives off, they were watching, or waiting, or simply existing in the way that things exist in old houses, patient, unmoving, part of the architecture itself. I began to understand what the ledger's author had been doing. It wasn't documentation for the sake of clarity or proof. It was evidence that they had noticed, that they had borne witness, that someone at least had acknowledged the presence of the impossible and had recorded it in ink and paper because they needed the world to know they hadn't imagined it. I wondered, sometimes, if I would begin to keep a ledger of my own. Some nights I heard the creaking again. Not the floorboards of a living house settling. This was different, more purposeful, the sound of weight distributed across wood in a pattern that almost resembled footsteps, the sound of the doors opening and closing in sequence, each one moving into the hallway, each one revealing something slightly different than what it had revealed the last time you looked. I stopped questioning why I didn't leave. The truth was simpler than I wanted it to be. The house had already shown me something that couldn't be unseen. And the strange comfort of staying, of maintaining this careful distance between myself and the full acknowledgement of what the house contained, was easier than confronting what lay beyond the walls. Here, I was still the person I had been before the attic. Here, in the reading chair, with the coffee growing cold and the ledger hidden and the hallway creeping through the walls like something alive, I was still able to pretend that normalcy was possible. The illusion wouldn't hold forever. I knew that. The woman in the 1950s dress had her hand raised. The gray-haired man had that expression of careful precision. The children had learned patience. They were waiting for something, the moment when I stopped fighting the impulse to write things down, perhaps, or the moment when I climbed the stairs again and didn't come down. But that moment was not today. Today, I made dinner. I ate at the kitchen table. I locked the front door and checked the windows. I performed the rituals of a person who believed that barriers between inside and outside still meant something, that closed doors separated rooms rather than connected impossible places. And in the hallway, in the darkness beyond the kitchen, in the space where the 7 doors kept their vigil, I heard the soft exhalation of something that had been waiting a very long time for someone to finally stop leaving and start to stay. It sounded almost like approval. Or perhaps, and this is what would stay with me in the weeks and months that followed, the small, lingering thing that refused to settle, perhaps it simply sounded like breathing, like the quiet, patient breathing of people who know that time in a house like this is measured differently, that eventually all doorways lead to the same hallway, and all hallways eventually lead home. Story 4. I keep finding yesterday's diary entries written in tomorrow's ink. The wood swells in October heat. You can smell it, not the pleasant smell of aging oak in a library, but something closer to damp rot. The kind that lives in old buildings where the seasons change too slowly. I noticed it my 3rd day here. A particular note underneath the must and the dust. It's still here now, in late afternoon light that comes through the window at an angle sharp enough to cut the studio in half, bright side, shadow side. The desk sits in the bright side. That's where I work, or try to. It's a 1920s piece, solid mahogany. The kind of furniture that was built by someone who believed in the permanence of wood. The woman who left it for me when I bought the place said it had been there since the house was built. She didn't seem to want it anymore. She didn't seem to want much of anything from that room anymore. I run my fingers along the desktop now. The wood is smooth where it's been touched, rougher where it hasn't. There's a leather writing pad underneath, also original, cracked along the edges like dried skin, and a brass inkwell that holds nothing but dust. In the drawer, when I first opened it, I found old receipts, a fountain pen with its nib corroded to rust, a rubber eraser brittle as a bone, and a diary. That's what I thought it was at first. It wasn't mine. It wasn't old either. The cover was new, cream-colored linen, the kind you can still buy if you know where to look, if you decide that a normal notebook isn't quite right for something. The pages inside were thick, expensive paper. When I opened it, my own handwriting looked back at me. I stand at the window now, holding that diary, trying to work through what makes sense. The light is starting to soften. Soon it will be the kind of amber that makes old wood look like it's burning from inside. I can hear the city underneath the window, car horns, someone calling out. The ordinary noise of other people living their lives in a way I used to understand. The diary is dated at the top of each page. Today's date is September 28th. The first entry I found in the drawer was dated tomorrow. I found it on my second morning here. I wasn't looking for it. I was looking for a pen that worked, because I wanted to make a list, groceries, things that needed to be done, all the small anchoring tasks that come with moving into a space that doesn't feel like a home yet. The drawer pulled open smooth as water, and there it was, pressed against the back, as if someone had wanted it to be found. But not immediately. The handwriting was definitely mine. The same angle, the same pressure, the same particular way I connect the letter were to whatever comes after it. There's a smallness to my writing that I've always disliked. It looks uncertain, even when I'm writing about certain things. The first entry read, "Tomorrow I will wear the gray sweater, the one with the small hole near the hem. I won't notice it until the afternoon, when the light comes through the window. I'll catch my reflection and think about whether it matters enough to fix. It does, but I won't do anything about it." I read that standing in the kitchen, holding the diary at arm's length, as if proximity might change what it said. I checked the date 3 times. Tomorrow, my own handwriting. The ink was fresh. I could smell the particular chemical note of it, not quite dry. I laughed. Briefly, it seemed like the only appropriate response. The next morning, I put on the gray sweater. I remember standing in front of the small mirror in my bedroom, running my hand down the sleeve, and feeling the peculiar double consciousness of someone who knows they're about to confirm something unlikely. I found the hole by afternoon, just as the sun hit the window at that particular angle. The wool had frayed slightly around the edges. It was small enough that no one else would notice, but I noticed. I stood there in that shaft of light looking at my own arm and felt a kind of vertigo that I couldn't quite name. I told myself there was a reasonable explanation. I'd written this myself weeks ago, before the move. I'd hidden it as some kind of strange experiment, some part of me wanting to play at prediction, at control. It was a test of my own observation, a way of proving that I knew myself well enough to anticipate what I would do. People do strange things to themselves without quite understanding why. But I hadn't bought the diary before the move. I was certain of that. I went back to the desk and pulled out the drawer. The diary was still there, the cream linen cover looking expensive and patient. I opened it to the next blank page and found that it wasn't blank anymore. Today I noticed the hole. I thought about fixing it. I didn't. I also tried to convince myself that I'd written all of this before, that there was a reasonable explanation. There isn't one, but I'll keep trying for another few days. This is how we protect ourselves, with small, necessary lies. The handwriting was mine. The ink was new. I sat down very slowly, the diary still in my hands. My heart was moving in a way that felt disproportionate to what I was experiencing. It was just paper. It was just ink. But the ink shouldn't exist yet. The thought shouldn't exist yet. I forced myself to think clearly, methodically, the way I used to when I had a job that required such thinking. There were a few possibilities. Someone had been in the apartment. Someone had access to my handwriting, my way of thinking, my patterns of speech. Someone was watching me carefully enough to know what I would wear, what I would notice, what small internal conversation I would have with myself when looking at a hole in a sweater. But there was no one. The locks were unchanged. The windows were sealed. I'd lived alone for the past year, and I'd stayed that way by design. Another possibility, I was unwell in some way. Some part of my mind was fractured. I was writing these entries myself, in a state I wasn't conscious of. Some kind of automatic gesture that mimicked my handwriting so perfectly that I couldn't distinguish it from my own hand. It was possible. The human mind is elaborate in its deceptions. I held the diary up to the window. The paper was as real as my own skin. The handwriting didn't waver or vary in a way that suggested hurry or some altered state of consciousness. It looked like me on my most careful, intentional day. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the ink, about what it meant if I wasn't the one putting it there. I thought about the previous owner of this place, the woman who'd sold me the desk without seeming to want to discuss it. I thought about all the hands that had touched this wood, all the people who'd sat in this chair and tried to make meaning out of the blank pages in front of them. The next morning, I opened the diary again. The entry was dated September 30th. It read, "I won't open this diary again for 3 days. I want to test if the entries stop. I want to believe that if I don't look, they won't continue. But I know I'll break that promise. I always do, when it comes to things that frighten me. I wait as long as I can, then I look again, like checking the same wound over and over to make sure it's still there. And then, further down the page in the same careful handwriting, I'm right. I opened it anyway. I'm reading this entry that was supposed to be unread. The strange part isn't that I broke my own promise. It's that knowing about the promise, reading these words before I made the decision to break it, it doesn't change anything. I still want to know what comes next. I closed the diary. I put it in the back of the drawer, behind the old receipts and the corroded pen. I told myself I wouldn't open it for 3 days. I meant it. I also knew, with a certainty that felt almost like memory, that I would fail. The apartment is quiet, in a way that old places are quiet. Not the absence of sound, but the presence of dampened sound. As if the wood and plaster are absorbing the noise of living and keeping it to themselves. I can hear traffic from the street. I can hear neighbors in the apartments on either side, their muted televisions, the soft percussion of normal life. But inside my own space, there's a particular hush that seems deliberate. I've learned not to think too much about the desk during the day. It sits in that shaft of afternoon light, and if I look at it directly, the fear rises in my throat in a way that's hard to manage. It's easier to move around the apartment in a certain pattern, keeping my back to it, keeping my mind occupied with the details of occupying a space that isn't quite mine yet. I've been here for 5 days now. The diary is still in the drawer and I haven't opened it again. Not yet. But I can feel it there, the same way you can feel someone watching you, even if you don't turn around. The knowledge of its presence is enough to change the way I move through the room. And last night, very late, I heard something. A sound from the desk area in the dark. A soft, deliberate scratching. It lasted only a few seconds. It could have been a mouse. It could have been the wood settling, the way old houses do when they cool down at night. But it sounded like something else. It sounded like a pen moving across paper. It sounded like someone was writing, in the darkness, in my handwriting, in ink that doesn't exist yet, documenting all the small moments I will live before I ever know I'm living them. I didn't turn on the light to check. The scratching sound returned on the third night. I was still awake. Sleep had become something I did in fragments, never longer than an hour before I'd surface into that particular darkness that feels less like night and more like waiting. I heard it clearly this time, the soft, rhythmic whisper of pen nib on paper, the sound of writing. I told myself I didn't care. I told myself it was irrelevant. But I was out of bed before I'd finished the thought, my feet cold on the hardwood floor, my hand already reaching for the lamp on the nightstand. The desk looked exactly as I'd left it, empty except for the reading lamp and a glass of water I didn't remember pouring. The diary was still in the drawer, still behind the receipts, still waiting. I opened the drawer slowly, as if speed might matter, as if the act of revelation could be made less terrible through caution. The diary had a new entry, 4 pages. Dense handwriting filling the margins and spilling onto the blank spaces between lines. It was dated for tomorrow, 3 days ahead of where I actually was. I read it in the dark using only the light from the window. Street light and the distant glow of the city, just enough to make out the words that were unmistakably in my handwriting. The entry began in the middle of a sentence, as if it were continuing a conversation that would happen later, a thought I hadn't yet thought. The realization doesn't change anything. I'm still trapped in the same sequence. Cause and effect are reversed here. I'm living backwards through my own life, reading the consequences before I understand the choices. By the time I make the decision, I'll already know how it fails. The handwriting grew more frantic toward the end. The pen had pressed harder into the paper, leaving visible indentations. The scratching sound. I know it now. It's not the sound of writing. It's the sound of crossing things out. Thick, aggressive strokes, obliterating entire sentences, page after page. Someone is trying to erase what comes next. Someone is trying to change the ending. I closed the diary and put it back exactly where it had been. My hands were shaking in a way that felt independent of my will, as if they belonged to someone else and were responding to information I hadn't consciously received. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat on the edge of the bed in the darkness and listened to the apartment settle and shift around me. At one point, it must have been near dawn, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside my door. Slow, deliberate, the way someone walks when they're looking for something specific. They stopped directly outside my apartment and paused there for what felt like a long time. Then they moved on. I didn't check the door. I didn't want to know if it was locked. The next morning, the apartment felt different in a way I couldn't quite name. It was the same space, same arrangement of furniture, same weak sunlight through the windows, same hum of the radiator trying to heat water that never quite reached the right temperature. But the air itself seemed denser, as if something had been added to it in the darkness. A presence that had settled during the hours when I wasn't paying attention. I made coffee and tried to establish a normal routine. I unpacked more boxes, arranged books on the shelves, cleaned the kitchen carefully. All of these small actions felt necessary, like rituals that could protect me from understanding too much. If I was busy enough, I reasoned, I wouldn't think about the diary. I wouldn't think about the handwriting. I wouldn't think about the sound of someone crossing things out in the dark. By afternoon, the sun had reached that particular angle where it illuminates every dust particle in the air, making the apartment look suddenly tired and old. The desk sat in the center of that light, looking almost innocent, a piece of furniture. Nothing more. No mystery, no threat, just wood and drawers and the accumulated weight of minor importance. I found myself standing in front of it without quite remembering the decision to approach. The drawer opened smoothly. The diary was still there, and now there were 2 new entries. One was dated for tomorrow. One was dated for a week from now. I opened to the week ahead entry first, as if future events were somehow less significant than imminent ones. The handwriting was barely legible in places, as if written by someone experiencing intense emotion or physical distress. I made out phrases in isolation. The pattern is becoming clear now, and I understand why it's trying to rewrite itself, and the apartment is older than I thought. The people who lived here before, and then nothing but a line of heavy scratches, as if the pen had slipped or been dragged across the page with force. The entry dated for tomorrow was shorter, but more coherent. It described my day in uncomfortable detail. What I'd eaten for breakfast, exactly what I'd eaten, down to the specific brand of bread. The book I'd pulled from the shelf without thinking about it. The moment I'd realized the kitchen window was locked from the outside, painted shut so completely that no amount of pressure could move it. The sound of the key turning in the front door at 3:47 in the afternoon, even though I lived alone and had never given anyone else a key. That last part made me check the time. It was 2:15. The entry said I would hear the door open at 3:47. I had less than 2 hours to decide what I would do with that information. I considered leaving. I considered packing a bag and simply walking out, abandoning the apartment and the desk and the diary to whatever logic governed their existence. But the thought came with a crushing certainty. I had already read the entry for tomorrow. I had already lived it, in a sense, by consuming its details. The moment I read about the key turning in the lock, the event became inevitable. Reading the future creates a kind of gravitational pull toward it. You can't escape what you've already seen. I sat in the living room and waited. I kept my phone close and told myself I would call someone if needed, though I had no idea who I would call or what I would tell them. My neighbor's television murmured through the wall. Traffic continued its distant percussion. The apartment held its particular deliberate silence. At 3:46, I heard the key sliding into the lock. It turned slowly, with a sound like something grinding. The lock disengaged. The door opened perhaps 6 inches, releasing a gust of cold air from the hallway. Then it stopped. It didn't close again. It just hung there, open enough to let the temperature drop, open enough to make the staleness of the apartment more noticeable, open enough to suggest that something was considering whether to enter. After 30 seconds, I counted them, the door closed quietly. The lock re-engaged. I heard footsteps retreating down the hallway, the same slow, searching pace I'd heard in the darkness before dawn. I didn't move from the couch. I sat very still and tried to regulate my breathing, tried to convince myself that I hadn't just experienced what I definitely experienced. My phone was in my hand, but I didn't call anyone. I didn't turn on lights. I didn't check the front door to confirm it was locked. I had read the diary entries. I knew what came next. There was no point in confirming the details. The apartment grew dark as evening settled. I could see the desk from where I was sitting, its outline barely visible in the remaining light. I didn't check the diary again. I didn't need to. I was already beginning to understand that there might be things written in those future entries that I wasn't ready to know. Some information, once absorbed, changes the person who absorbs it in ways that can't be reversed. But the drawer would be easy to open. The diary would be waiting. And somewhere in the building, or perhaps already closer than that, something was still writing, still trying to trace the path of my life before I lived it, still trying to warn me about something, or still trying to change it. I wasn't sure which possibility was worse. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the dark apartment and listened to the building settle around me, each creak and whisper catalogued and analyzed and found wanting. The silence between sounds felt intentional, as if the building itself was breathing, as if it was waiting for something. When morning came, gray and thin through the curtains, I realized I hadn't moved from the couch in nearly 14 hours. My shoulders had gone rigid. My mouth tasted like copper. I had the sensation of having lived through something that hadn't technically happened yet, a kind of temporal exhaustion that no amount of ordinary rest could address. The diary sat on the desk. I could see it from where I was sitting. The drawer was still open, just slightly, as if inviting me to resume. I didn't want to know what came next. That was the clearest thought in my head. Whatever was writing in that diary understood my life better than I did, and that understanding was being made permanent in a form I couldn't unsee. But the alternative was to remain in a state of partial knowledge, anticipating events I could only partially predict. That might have been worse. I got up slowly, my joints protesting. My apartment looked different in daylight, smaller somehow, more obviously confined. The walls seemed closer than they had before. I made coffee I didn't want and drank it anyway, trying to ground myself in the ordinary mechanics of living. Then I went to the desk. The diary was open to today's date. The handwriting was the same as always, precise, controlled, written in ink that looked too fresh, too dark. I read quickly, wanting to get the experience over with. The reflection in the bathroom mirror will be wrong. You'll notice it at 9:34 when you look to check if your hands are shaking. The reflection will be there, but it will be standing in a different position than you are. It will be looking at something over its shoulder. Do not approach the mirror. Do not try to understand what it sees. You will need to leave the apartment. You will need to leave by 10:15. After that, the apartment will not let you out. I stood very still, the diary heavy in my hands. My coffee went cold on the desk. Outside, the city continued its ordinary life, traffic, voices, the distant percussion of construction. None of it seemed to occupy the same reality that I was occupying. It was 8:47. I had less than an hour before the entry's first timestamp. I told myself I would verify it. Verification would provide some kind of logic, some framework within which to understand what was happening. I wasn't a person who would read a warning and then deliberately trigger the exact circumstances described in it. I was rational. I was skeptical. I needed proof. At 9:31, I stood in front of the bathroom mirror. The face looking back at me was my own. Same dark eyes, same line of my jaw, same scar on my left cheekbone from a cycling accident 10 years ago. For 30 seconds, everything was normal. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, my hands gripping the edges of the sink. The reflection moved when I moved. It blinked when I blinked. At 9:34, the reflection turned its head, very slowly, With a sound like something deep and heavy shifting, my reflection rotated to look over its shoulder. It maintained its backward posture, torso still facing me, head twisted at an angle that should have been impossible. It was looking at something in the corner of the bathroom, something behind and to the left of where it stood in the mirror world. I made a sound I didn't recognize, something between a gasp and a laugh, a noise that didn't belong to any human emotion I could name. The reflection kept looking. Its jaw moved slightly, as if it was breathing, as if it was experiencing something real and present that I couldn't see. Then it turned its head back slowly, and the instant its eyes met mine again, I was the only person in the mirror. I stumbled backward so quickly I knocked over the trash bin. My hands were shaking so severely I couldn't control them. I pressed my palms against the bathroom wall and tried to convince myself that I had imagined it, that stress and sleep deprivation had created a kind of waking hallucination. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. My body knew. Every nerve ending was screaming confirmation of something my mind couldn't quite accept. The diary had said I needed to leave by 10:15. It was 9:38. I had 37 minutes to decide whether I believed it. I went back to the living room. My bag was by the door, a small backpack I used for work containing nothing important. I grabbed it anyway. I grabbed my wallet and my keys. I stood in the center of my apartment and did a kind of inventory. My books, my furniture, my small collection of objects I'd accumulated over 7 years of living here. The apartment that had felt safe until 3 days ago. The apartment that had become something else. The diary was still on the desk. I picked it up, though I didn't know why. Maybe I thought I might need proof. Maybe I thought I might need to understand the logic that governed whatever this was. I opened it without meaning to, and my eyes caught on a line several pages ahead. By the time you read this, you'll already be in the hallway. I was still in the apartment, still standing by the desk. But I was moving before I consciously decided to move, driven by a need to not be there when that entry became present tense. I grabbed the diary. I went to the door. The lock slid open easily. The hallway was empty, lit by the same fluorescent lights that had been empty and lit for the entire time I'd lived here. Nothing about it seemed different. Nothing about it suggested that the world beyond my apartment had fundamentally altered. But I could feel it. An awareness not quite visible but entirely present, like something was occupying the space just beyond my ability to perceive it clearly. The hallway stretched in both directions, toward the stairwell on the left, toward the window on the right. The window showed a normal afternoon. Cars parked along the street. A man walking a dog. A couple arguing about something trivial and utterly real. I checked the diary. It was 10:07. You're in the hallway now. You can still leave. Go left. Don't look back at your apartment. Don't go to the stairs at the far end, the ones you usually use. Go left. The exit is there. I went left. The hallway seemed longer than it should have been. I'd walked this corridor hundreds of times, but it had never taken more than 30 seconds to reach either end. Now, each step felt like it was covering distance in a way that didn't correspond to the physical space of the building. The walls were closer. The light was grayer. My footsteps echoed differently, as if I was walking through a version of the hallway that existed alongside the one I knew, slightly offset, slightly wrong. Behind me, my apartment door was still open. I didn't look back. The diary had been explicit about that. But I could feel something in the openness of that doorway, an attention being paid to my retreat, a kind of watching that didn't require eyes. The exit door at the end of the hallway was marked with a faded green sign. I'd never used it. I'd never even noticed it before, though it must have been here all along, part of the building's infrastructure. I pushed it open and found myself on a narrow stairwell bathed in a kind of sickly afternoon light from a single high window. I started down. My legs moved mechanically. The diary was still in my hands, and I was aware that I was no longer reading it so much as being narrated through it, the events preceding the instructions that made them possible. At the landing between the first and second floors, I stopped. Something was wrong with the light. It was coming from above, but it didn't match the angle of the window I'd passed. The shadows cast by the stairwell railings fell in the wrong direction, as if multiple light sources were illuminating the space from contradictory angles. When I looked at my hands, my shadow didn't move with them. I didn't think about it. I couldn't afford to think about it. I kept moving, down and down, through a stairwell that seemed to have more floors than the building should contain. My breath came in shallow gasps. My heart was performing some kind of irregular percussion against my ribs. The ground floor exit appeared suddenly, as if the stairs had simply decided it was far enough. I pushed through the door and found myself in the lobby, a small, ordinary space with mailboxes on one wall and a door to the street on the other. Everything looked exactly as it always had. The sun was shining through the glass. The street beyond was crowded with the afternoon's traffic and pedestrians. I was outside before I fully registered that I'd moved. The diary had been right. I had made it out. The date on the entry I'd read would now be in the past, the warning delivered and acknowledged. Whatever logic governed that book, I had followed its instructions and survived. I stood on the sidewalk with my backpack and my wallet and a diary written in someone else's future, and I tried to understand what I was supposed to do now. People moved around me, ordinary people living ordinary afternoons. None of them seemed to notice that I was soaking through my shirt with sweat despite the cool temperature. None of them seemed aware that reality had become optional. I opened the diary one more time. The entry for today had changed. The handwriting was the same, but the words were different from what I'd read in the apartment. You've escaped the building, but you're not free. The diary doesn't govern just your apartment. It governs everywhere you go. Everything you do from this moment forward is already written. The only question is whether you'll keep reading, or whether you'll try to exist in ignorance of what's already been decided, That decision, the one you're making right now, the one you've already made, is what comes next. I closed the diary. I looked at the building I'd lived in for 7 years. The windows of my apartment were dark from this angle, closed and sealed, suggesting that nothing unusual had transpired inside them, that nothing had ever transpired inside them at all. But I could see my reflection in the lobby glass. It was moving differently than I was, exploring the space behind the glass with a kind of methodical attention. When it turned toward me, it was smiling. I didn't wait to see what happened next. I started walking, moving deeper into the city, away from the building, away from my apartment and my belongings and the life I'd been living. The diary remained in my hands. I'd stopped trying to read it, stopped trying to anticipate what it might say next. But I couldn't seem to put it down. Somewhere in the pages ahead, the diary was already writing about what I would do tomorrow, and the day after that, and every day beyond this moment. The handwriting in those unread pages was getting darker, more insistent, as if whatever held the pen was pressing harder into the paper with each entry, as if it was running out of patience, as if it had been waiting for something, and that something was finally about to arrive. The days that followed were suspended in a particular kind of unreality. I moved through the city as though I were still following directions written in the diary, though I'd stopped reading it by the third morning. I told myself it was an act of defiance. In truth, I was afraid. I found a hotel first. Nothing permanent. Nothing that felt like a commitment to anything. The kind of place where no one asked questions, where you paid in cash and received a key attached to a plastic diamond. The room smelled like industrial cleaners and time. There was a television mounted to the wall that I never turned on. There were pale rectangles on the wallpaper where other pictures had hung years ago. I sat on the bed for hours, the diary closed beside me on the mattress, afraid to open it and afraid not to. The paradox was excruciating. If I didn't read it, I wouldn't know what was written. But apparently that didn't matter. The future was being transcribed whether I witnessed it or not. Reading it was just another form of the same helplessness. By the second week, I realized I had to do something with it. I couldn't simply exist in a hotel room with a book that contained everything I would ever do. The weight of it, not the physical weight, but the metaphysical mass of it, was becoming unbearable. I considered burning it, but something stopped me. The thought of those pages curling and blackening in flame felt like a violence I couldn't commit, even against something that might be actively destroying me. So I tried to live as though I didn't have it. This was harder than it sounds. It's easy to ignore something in theory. In practice, I found myself constantly aware of its location. I'd move it from the nightstand to the dresser, from the dresser to the closet. Once I wrapped it in a towel and put it in the bathroom behind the spare rolls of paper. It migrated back to the bed somehow, Or maybe I was simply aware enough of its absence to retrieve it myself. I got a job. This is the part that startled me the most. How quickly things could approximate normalcy once you stopped resisting it. A coffee shop a few blocks from the hotel needed someone for the evening shift. The manager, a woman named Blake, was kind enough not to ask why I dressed differently than my application photo suggested. She hired me anyway. The work was rhythmic and purposeless. I learned to operate the espresso machine. I learned which customers ordered what without having to ask. I learned the small choreography of foam and pressure and temperature that made something bitter into something palatable. There was something almost meditative about it. For 8 hours a day, I could exist in the present tense. The diary remained in my hotel room. The future remained unread. But it was still being written. I knew this because the other customers told me. Not directly. But they would say things like, "You're going to spill that if you're not careful," or "You look like you've already seen tomorrow," and there was a knowingness in their eyes that seemed to suggest they'd been written into my story too. Or maybe I was simply reading intention into kindness. Maybe 7 years of living in an apartment where the walls whispered futures had rewired my brain in ways that were difficult to uninstall. The city itself felt different. I'd lived in it before, years of it, a whole unremarkable biography of it. But now it seemed to be watching me with a kind of resigned affection, like a parent observing a child work through a problem they've already solved. The streets I walked seemed to arrange themselves in patterns I recognized too well. The same people appeared in different locations, and each time I'd see them, I'd feel a strange sense of dislocation. Not as though they were following me, but as though they were simply points on a script that someone else was reading. On what I think was the 23rd day, I opened the diary again. I didn't do it deliberately. I was looking for something else, a receipt, a note I'd written to myself, and the diary was on the bed where I'd placed it that morning. My hand simply opened it. I read half a page before I realized what I was doing. The entry was for a day 6 weeks in the future. It described a moment I hadn't yet experienced. Written in the same careful handwriting that had saved my life in the apartment. The entry was brief. It said, "You'll meet someone at the coffee shop. They'll order a cortado every day for a week. You'll begin to recognize them. By the 8th visit, you'll find the courage to speak to them. This will be a mistake, but not the kind you think." Everything that happens next follows from this. I closed the diary immediately. My hands were shaking, but not from fear, from something closer to resignation. The cortado customer arrived 4 days later. It was a person named Morgan, with dark hair and eyes that held some of the same displaced quality that I'd begun to see in my own mirror. They ordered the same drink every day, and on the 6th visit, they caught me watching them. On the 8th visit, I said hello. What I remember most clearly is not what we talked about, but the strange sense of inevitability that accompanied the conversation. Morgan spoke as though they expected me to understand things they weren't saying. They mentioned almost in passing that they'd moved into their apartment 3 months ago and kept finding things wrong with the building. Not physically wrong, but wrong in a way that made them question whether the space was entirely theirs to occupy. I didn't tell them about the diary, not then, but I did ask them what kind of things felt wrong. Like I'm living in someone else's day, they said. Like every morning I'm picking up where they left off. It took 2 more weeks before Morgan asked me directly why I was watching them. I told them about the diary. I expected disbelief. Instead, Morgan nodded as though I'd simply confirmed something they'd already suspected. I have something too, they said. Not a diary, something else. But it knows things about me that haven't happened yet. That was the beginning of something I still don't have additional middle section. Atmospheric expansion the house settled around me that night the way old houses do, not with creaks, but with a kind of patient exhaling, as if the walls themselves were breathing out decades of held air. I sat at the kitchen table with the diary open before me, the lamplight creating a small island of yellow in the darkness beyond. Outside, November rain moved across the windows in sheets, and the sound of it was less a sound than a presence, constant, surrounding, obliterating the usual night noises that might have anchored me to something normal. I couldn't stop looking at my own handwriting. The pen marks were fresh, genuinely fresh, when I ran my fingernail across them. They didn't catch on dried ink the way old entries did. They slid smooth, still slightly tacky, as if my hand had released them only hours ago, not tomorrow. The paper smelled like the present moment, like the cardboard of the journal's binding, like dust from the shelf where I'd kept it, like my own skin and the faint chemical trace of the ballpoint I always used. But underneath those immediate scents was something else, something like time itself, like the air had been displaced from a different day and brought here to prove something I couldn't articulate. I moved to the window and pressed my palm against the glass. The cold was sharp, shocking, rain beaded and ran down the other side, and beyond it the yard was a study in grays. The fence line barely visible, the oak tree reduced to a dark suggestion of branches. The house behind me reflected back at me in reverse. The warm kitchen, my own ghost-pale face floating in the window frame, the diary on the table like evidence of something I hadn't yet committed. How long had I been standing there? Minutes or an hour? I genuinely couldn't measure it. I turned back into the room, and the familiar things suddenly felt unfamiliar. The refrigerator hummed its steady mechanical song. The baseboard heater ticked as it warmed, then cooled, then warmed again. These were sounds I'd heard 1,000 nights, but tonight they seemed louder, more deliberate, as if the house itself was trying to communicate through its mechanical systems. The linoleum beneath my feet was worn in a path from the stove to the table, a path I'd walked in this house for 2 years now, and yet I'd never really registered how worn it was until now, how my own repeated steps had created a visible groove in the floor's surface. I returned to the diary. The entry stared back at me. My future self had chosen these words with intention, had pressed the pen down with the same pressure I used now, had taken the same time to cross my T's and dot my I's. We were consistent, my future self and I. We were the same person, which somehow made it worse. There was no handwriting discrepancy I could point to and dismiss. No evidence of forgery. Just me, or someone living my life, documenting something that hadn't happened yet. The house seemed to close in. Not physically, but emotionally, atmospherically, the kitchen's walls painted a pale cream that I'd chosen myself when I moved in. Felt closer than they should. The shadows in the corners of the room had deepened even though nothing had changed. The window behind me seemed to be drawing away, as if distance itself was becoming negotiable in this space. I could feel the weight of the stories that lived in these walls, in these floors. Not ghost stories necessarily, just the accumulated weight of lived life. The family that had owned this place before me. The woman who raised 3 children here. The man who died in the bedroom upstairs in 1987. The couples who'd come and gone. The renters who'd left stains on the kitchen tiles and holes in the drywall and marks on the doorframe measuring children's heights. All of that history was still here, soaked into the wood, pressed into the paint, hovering in the corners like something waiting to be acknowledged. I closed the diary, not aggressively, but carefully, reverently, as if it were something fragile that might break if handled roughly. The sound of it closing was soft, barely audible above the rain. And in that moment of silence that followed, I became aware of something I'd been suppressing. I didn't want to open it again, not because I was afraid, though I was, but because opening it meant confronting the accumulation of evidence. Each entry I read was another thread in a pattern I didn't understand. My future self was documenting something deliberately, leaving a trail, and I was following it backward, reading the story in reverse, trying to reconstruct the meaning from an ending that kept arriving before the beginning. The kitchen air tasted stale suddenly. I realized I'd been holding my breath. I opened the refrigerator for no reason except that I needed light and noise and the familiar mechanical comfort of its operation. The interior glowed, a blue-white that felt cleaner than the lamplight, more honest. I stared into it without seeing anything, letting the cold air wash across my face. Behind me, the house continued its patient breathing. The rain continued its assault on the windows. And somewhere in that space between my present moment and tomorrow's, my own hand was already moving, already forming the words that would describe tonight, this very night, with an accuracy that should have been impossible. I could almost feel her, my future self. Not in the room, but close, just at the edge of things, waiting for me to catch up. Urge for. Not a relationship, not quite a friendship, something closer to recognition. We became 2 people sharing an apartment again, Morgan's apartment, a small place with good light and terrible bones. But I brought the diary with me, and Morgan showed me theirs. It wasn't a diary. It was a collection of photographs, all of them identical. The same moment photographed hundreds of times from slightly different angles. In each one, I could see myself standing in the background, though I'd never been to that place before. Morgan was in every shot as well. We were reaching toward each other in all of them. The photographs were dated backward, getting older the further through the collection you went. The most recent ones bore today's date. The oldest ones were from 3 years in the future. I asked Morgan how that was possible. They said they didn't know. They said they'd stopped trying to understand the mechanics of it. They said the only thing that mattered was that we were here now, in this space, able to acknowledge to each other that something impossible was happening. Maybe that's what it wanted. Morgan said, maybe we were only ever following instructions until we found each other. We live together now, and this is the part that confuses me the most. How much of what's happening feels like a choice, and how much feels like reading from a script I've already memorized without knowing it. The diary still exists. I keep it in a drawer. I don't read it anymore, and the handwriting has stopped changing. The last entry simply says, "You already know what comes next." But sometimes, late at night when Morgan is sleeping, I take it out anyway. I flip through the pages, seeing nothing but my own reflection in the paper. And in those moments, I wonder if the future has simply stopped writing, because we've learned to accept the only thing that was ever true, that the future was always here, hidden in the pages we hadn't turned yet, waiting for us to be brave enough to stop being afraid of it. The building where I lived before still stands. Sometimes I walk past it, and the windows of my old apartment are still dark, still suggesting that nothing unusual has ever occurred there. But yesterday, I saw someone in the lobby, a figure moving among the mailboxes with the systematic attention of someone looking for something they've already lost. They were holding something in their hands. Even from the street I could see what it was. I didn't stop to watch. I've learned that much at least. But as I walked away, I felt Morgan's hand find mine in my coat pocket, and I realized they had been watching too. We walked home without speaking, and neither of us read the diary that night. Instead, we sat in the darkness of our apartment, and I had the distinct sense of something turning a page in the space between us, something large and patient and deeply, impossibly familiar, finally finding its place in the story that had been written about us all along.